on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves on the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Good tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in gamma oryzanol. Several studies suggest that gamma oryzanol may contribute to the reduction of bad cholesterol. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Good food, no worries.
Waiting they create, party for now. Waiting they cost, they let you rejoice. Terra Cubes.
Terra Seasoning Cube turns your meals into a masterpiece.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste. Hey, come cook with Terra Cubes. Come cook with Terra.
Mom's love is pure. She does. Mom's special jollof. It's a smile on your face. Mom's yummy fries. Cheers you up. Mom's tasty stew. Nourishes the family. Golden Terra oil. Tasty. Golden Terra oil. Nourishing. Golden Terra oil. Golden Terra soya oil.
Golden Terra Oil helps mom pour her love in the tasty, nourishing meals she cooks for her family. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
FM, Port Harcourt.
And one more time, and thank you for staying with Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. 7 minutes past the hour of 9, January 25, 2026. It's the Gospiration Show. Time for Gospiration. Well, I'm yours truly. Kelly Kemenjima is my name, and we're together now. We're going at a stretch till almost 12 o'clock. All right, so Gospiration, Moment of Truth, and then the newspaper review segment. We'll race through that, top of the hour, till we knock off just before 12 o'clock for the world news at 12. Okay, one more time, welcome. Pastor Ambrose Salom could not make it to the studio today. Hopefully next week you get to keep a date with him. All right, yeah, we'll go straight to it, okay? So I was thinking earlier to do what some of us would like to call, open season, open sessions, where you react to multiple issues, okay? You react to multiple issues. So this was trending earlier in the week. Okay, let me just play this for you. Now I like to archive things, right? So just listen to this, and then I'll come back.
No matter how modest you want to approach your life, please make it a point of duty to not be poor. Listen to this as an advice. Many things will go wrong in your life when you are poor. Are we together? Money is not everything, but a major part of your needs will depend on money. Shying away from it, good luck. I'll be glad to pray for you. Hallelujah. Our world is economically driven, and I'm telling you, I think refusing to prosper, if you understand God's program and you understand the implication of true prosperity, is irresponsibility. It's selfishness, in fact, because at every point in your life there are people who are connected to you, and they are connected to everything God gives you. And for the sake, even if not for your sake, for the sake of God's program and for the sake of those around you. I'm not talking about a blind pursuit for money, a marketing of self and carnality. This conference is holding right now. I can imagine the millions that has been invested to making this happen. I told you, you may have heard me say that wealth, through kingdom wealth, protects and preserves your integrity. There are few things I know that preserve consecration and integrity, like wealth. Wealth is a defender of convictions. You don't have to change and bend. You can be consistent. If you remain poor indefinitely, eventually you will tell lies, you will steal, and you will compromise. It's the truth. It's the truth. Many people's destinies have been relocated today because of lack of money. When Satan wants to destroy people, he will bait them with resources and move them away from God's prophetic program. And I'm praying in the name of Jesus that there will be an emergence of purpose-driven believers who can tame this thing called poverty without wealth eating their passion for God, that they can approach the subject of wealth in such a responsible way that they become so wealthy to live lives of dignity, to advance the program of God, and to be a blessing to the world. I made up my mind first for myself, and then for the people God had granted me and has granted me the privilege to lead, that I will never raise a people who are only spiritually vibrant. I believe in influence, I believe in wealth. I've seen the role that it's played. We just returned from a conference in the UK, and I know how it was not just the power of God that was revealed, it was the glory of God. By all this definition I told you. Refuse to be poor. Say it. Don't mind your mind. Say it. I refuse it. The reason why I refuse it is because of the effect it brings to my life and to God's program. The name of Jesus is very heavy. It takes financial resources to lift it high with integrity for the nations to see.
The name of Jesus is very heavy. It takes finances to lift it high. Well, that's Apostle Joshua Selman. You may agree, you may disagree, but that's one of the things I intend to just play for you as passing through. So just listen to it, but I won't take reactions to that. So this is one of the set I'll play now will be the set I wanted you to react to. But it's not been overtaken. It's not been overtaken by a better understanding of it. That's one. And also by more pressing issues. Okay? So listen to this. This was trending sometime early last week, since we're in a new week. So listen. So let me explain it. So when Dr. Nature said what he said, you know how social media can be. They can take one part and push it out there, right? And then unless you know how some papers can do clickbait, they give you a particular headline to excite you. And then when you read the story, you realize that, the headline is not even as hot as the body of the story. What is sad is that most people don't even read the story. They just take the headlines and they run. They don't read the story. All right? I don't know if that's the case with videos. Perhaps if the video is long, people don't watch the entire video. So perhaps if it's short videos, I can't tell what the trend is now for videos, because we now see a lot of videos on social media. A lot of videos on social media these days. Some of them 15 minutes long, some of them 10 minutes long, some of them 30 seconds long, and so on. I don't know if people actually watch those videos, because if they watch those videos, I've seen some videos that are completely not related to the tag for the video. I've seen some of those videos. Like, the tag makes you watch the video, and when you watch the video, like, he didn't say what they said in this tag that he said, right? And then you read through some of the comments, you realize that, you know, some persons are not even, they're just reacting to the tag and they're not talking about the content of the video. So I guess a bit more time, because this is a new trend, a bit more time would help us establish if people are actually watching those videos to understand the context of what is being said, or they're still just following sheepishly to the headlines as stated. All right? So when Dr. Nature said what he said, it went viral because of what he said. So in context, you realize that what he said is not the way it was put out. In fact, minutes after he said what he said, people started circulating Pastor Mrs. Ibukun Awosika. Her interpretation, I think that's the right word, her interpretation of a similar scenario, right? So it was like Awosika against Eneche. But in actual sense, Eneche did not say something as egregious as the way they made it seem on social media. So listen to both of them.
Listen, your wife is on 1 million naira a month, and you are on 100,000 a month. No challenge. Maybe you couldn't get a good job, or things have not picked up yet. Don't expect her to use her 1 million to take care of you and the house. She knows you are on 100,000. Out of that 100,000, you can split it in two. Say, madam, take this 50, but take this 60. I'm coming. When things get better, you'll feel it. You see, that woman will love you. And can I give you a prophecy? That 60,000 is more valuable to her than her 1 million. 1 million is her money. 60,000 husband gave me. Husband family. It's sweeter. Husband gave me. That one will be kept somewhere. Spent frugally.
Most critical thing about a man is what? Respect. The order in a home makes the man the head of the home. The balance sheet or the balance in your bank account does not affect the order, which is why you have to choose the husband right. So whether you have more money or you don't, the head of the home is still the head of the home. And if you have more money, then what becomes critical? Attitude. Is how you then handle the situation of having more. You know, you might want to give your husband, you know he needs money, he doesn't have money. Don't wait for him to come and beg you or ask you for it. You can just put money beside the bedside table and he knows the money is there for him. You have shown him honor and respect. You can move money to his account without saying one word, because you want him to have the liberty to do things. If you're the one paying your children's school fees and he used to pay, you don't pay. Give him the money, let him pay. Why? You're trying to maintain the order in your house and maintain his respect for his children. If there's a time to honor him more than at any time, is in that season. Why? Because he's not just vulnerable to you, he's vulnerable to people outside that are looking inside, who are looking for excuses to tell him, hey, your wife has spoke to you like that just because you don't have money. He's dealing with that as well. So you need to help your husband to help yourself by creating an environment where he's confident, he's comfortable, he's respected. Even if he upsets you, that normally you would respond to, in that season, please don't. How do people feel embarrassed about disrespect? It's because of how you make other people see them. So when you are in that situation of financial, it's delicate. You must be careful. When you want to marry a guy that you know naturally you're going to be financially stronger than, you have to be sure the man is strong enough in his character and in his nature to handle it. Sometimes it's not the woman. Sometimes it's the man and his inability to handle the fact that you have that independence and he reacts. So a lot of care, a lot of attention, a lot of respect. Because you know what is your game. You want to keep peace in your home. Don't ever make money rule in your home. Make it a tool in your home. And how do you make it a tool? It serves your purpose. It doesn't matter whether it comes from A or B. Because the Bible says 1 + 1 is 1. God can choose to give money through any hand to test the heart of each of you. But if the man is responsible, you know when he had the put. So if he doesn't have now, maybe for better. So if it's you that loses your job, would you expect your husband not to be able to support you? So it's the same. You have to give the same. We keep saying his money is our money and my money is what? That's not biblical. It's old women's tale. It's a cultural perspective that women have, and it's some kind of women. So just think about that and remove that problem from your home.
You know, if the amount of wisdom that comes out from this woman, this Mrs. Awosika, this Ibuku Awosika, wow. I've shared a lot of the things that she has said here, many of it. This woman, okay, for some of you, say, oh, Awosika was a Kelly and Awosika. Oh, well, you have to emulate those that by virtue and experience have been able to establish a pattern that you can copy. A pattern that you can copy. You know, when you copy, you now have to edit to your own uniqueness, but that's not established. She was head of First Bank. You don't be head of First Bank before. Awosika was head of First Bank. She's a pastor and she's a wife. So when you talk about, you know, for some women, they just feel, okay, I'm married, I'm good. No, there are some women that are doing some phenomenal things, great things. So this woman has been head of a corporate establishment for years. Left that position, she has a private business, and she's a pastor, and she's still a wife that understands that she has her wifely duties, brings that wisdom to her home, and shares that wisdom with people. Oh, that is awesome. That's why I just don't like her. I admire her a lot. I've been following her for years. In fact, if I had the money and the time, I'll just go sit in one of her sessions, spend time there, and get a lot from her. That's a loaded woman. So let's come back to what we're saying before I just keep going on and on about Mrs. Awosika, because, well, you don't have two words to say about great people. You have lots of things to say about great people. So go back to Eneche's statement, yeah? Trying to put it in context. Eneche says if you earn 100,000 or you earn 120K and your wife earns more than you, don't depend on your wife's money. From that which you earn, give to your wife, right? Give to your wife, and your wife would appreciate it more. So she knows that you earn this amount, and out of it, you take and you give to her, right? What is at the center of it for me is the heart. Is the heart. The man understands that, well, I should provide. I should provide. You know, that narrative is being discountenanced in this age that, no, that's not what the Bible says in terms of provision and so on and so forth. In fact, you listen to a clip later from Pastor Kingsley Okonkwo. It says that narrative is old school. When you even listen to Awosika, she said a similar thing. That it's not about where the money is coming from. It's about the wisdom in managing the finances in the home. So whether it's a woman that is bringing the money or the man that is bringing the money, that is not even the issue. The issue is, are you protecting your partner in that process? Because when a man is unable to provide for the home, it becomes very vulnerable. In fact, that's the weakest of times for that man. So if the lady doesn't manage it very well, she can bruise his ego, and that can lead to a lot of chaos in the home. Circumstances, happens. Things happens. Things do happen. So, you know, he may be able to do it most of the time, and then it gets into a season where there's a drought, and, you know, the woman has to have the wisdom to know how to manage these things. So I think that's what Eneche was saying, in my understanding of it. That's what Eneche was saying, that, well, even in those times, do not abdicate on your responsibilities, like dump it on the woman and say, oh, but you're making more money now. I shouldn't bring the one I have now. How much am I making? Come on. Let's spend from yours. Now, Eneche is saying, that's your own. You should be the first to bring it forward. Bring that your own forward. Give it to her. If that woman has the right heart, she will dip from her own purse and contribute to what you have provided in keeping the home afloat. I think that's a way of merging the two. So it's not like, you know, she's countering what Eneche is saying. She's providing more context and balance to it. But still, it's open for reaction. Both of them, it's open for reaction. Whether you agree or you just want to add something to it, it's open for reaction. But, okay, let me play you one more. Let me play this one. This is coming from Apostle Johnson Suleiman. Well, this is not open for reaction, but just listen to it.
Pray for Nigeria. Are you listening? Pray for Nigeria. Pray for Nigeria. It's what I advise you. Pray for Nigeria. Pray for Nigeria. Anybody can talk nonsense and make any kind of statement while they are planning in their political thing. I see higher people planning.
That's the truth. The plan of these higher people is to counter whatever plan they are planning. It will not be calculation. This one is might. It's not political. This political calculation will not work, I'm telling you. Whether you defect or you no defect, what is being planned is bigger than party affiliation. So pray for Nigeria. We want peace. We want preservation. Are you from the power belongs to God? The revelation I saw people running helter-skelter, mothers looking for their children looking for their mother. It was a good thing I saw. So pray. As I'm saying this now, some clowns will come out. What are they saying? I'm not your problem. Your problem is in Abuja. I'm not your problem. So face your problem. I'm not your problem. Are you following me? So please, let's pray for Nigeria. That's my advice to you. I won't talk more than that. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. I won't say anything more than that. We want peace. There will be peace. God will preserve us. God will...
Apostle Johnson Suleiman of Omega Fire Ministries there. Pray for Nigeria. So, what is the conversation for today? What is the conversation for today? So let me play them, all right? And then when we come back, we'll talk. Remember the two from Dr. Eneche and Awosika, you can react to it if you want, but it's not up on our socials, all right? So let's begin. This is the Christian Association of Nigeria, Rivers State chapter, condemning the ongoing political crisis in Rivers State, and then declares a one-day fast for Thursday. And then from there, you listen to the others. Take a listen.
We will no longer watch our political leaders to continue to fight for their personal interests while governance is taking back seat in Rivers State. Hence, the clarion call on all the political gladiators to halt all forms of hostilities in the interest of peace, stability, and progress of our dear state. In furtherance to the peace advocacy and continuing consultation, the leadership of CAN, Rivers State, with the approval of the chairman and council, hereby declare a one-day fasting and prayer program for peace and good governance and political stability in Rivers State. We enjoin all heads of blocks in CAN, Rivers State, church leaders, stakeholders in the body of Christ to mobilize their members for the scared and all-important spiritual intervention, slated for Thursday, the 5th of February, 2026 at 10 a.m. at the Christian Ecumenical Center, Abuna Wharf Road, Port Harcourt.
Rivers State is dying. Port Harcourt is gradually becoming the poorest big city in Nigeria. Anytime Igbo people get to federal government, Igbo land will start dying. Lagos has overtaken Port Harcourt in wealth. Abuja has overtaken Port Harcourt in wealth. Even Kano is boasting more than Port Harcourt. Warri, that was our baby, is bigger than us in wealth. What happened? Port Harcourt stops taking steps. Now because fighting around the support of government. Businessmen are not longer springing out of the city. Transamadi used to be where companies are now a graveyard. Nothing is working. Move around Port Harcourt before everywhere there's an oil service company. They're all closed down. All the small fabrication yards are gone. The boat building industry is dead. What happened to Port Harcourt? Everybody is looking into the support. Nigeria is not favoring the East. It's not favoring Igbo people. It's not favoring the listing. Anytime Igbo people get to federal government, Igbo land will start dying unless they are careful to avoid the mistake of others. The reason is that when government is not helping them, they start helping themselves. Some villages in Igbo land as bigger than some cities in the north. What these boys are building in their communities, put roads, put water, put light, put scholarship for their people, are building industries. The people that collect their government and start over, you don't have it in their place. There is a laziness of mind that comes with eating free things. If you're not careful, that will be your judgment. We want the person in power. I don't want the person in power that will empower me. We are not looking to eat from Nigeria. We are looking to stand on our feet. Don't take care of me, empower me, I can take care of myself. That's why people are dying. That's why things are hard. Rivers State is dying. Nobody's making moves.
There's a tribe called the Jaw tribe. They are the fourth largest tribe in Nigeria. This tribe, nobody goes up and be in office twice. Anyone who has a Jaw tribe goes to office, by the second time the person will leave. And no mortal man told me one day, God just opened my eyes and said, check from DHS PIF. He didn't go twice. I said, yes. He kept calling the catalog of, even if the person is from Rivers State, as long as he has a Jaw blood. He said, look at that Jaw. He said, yes. He kept calling their names. Even Jonathan, I said, yes. He said, go and break it. I went to a place called Yanagur. I'm not talking to Nigerians alone, so I'm talking to everybody. And we held a crusade by Asa Miracle Crusade. And then the 10th governor, his name is called Dixon. It was in the crusade. And I said, listen, the people of Asa didn't like him. They wanted him out. But I said, I came here with a mandate to break that curse. And I prayed. It was the first Ijaw man to do second time this of Ijaw land. Because if God speaks to me, I will say it. No mortal man, I repeat, can solve the problem of Rivers State. No mortal man. It's not a physical problem. Has president been able to solve it? No. I'll give you a story so you know the man of God. Aga George was a governor. Odile was under him. Odile and him fought. Odile was his boy. Odile, Amechi was his boy. Amechi and Odile fought. Amechi, Wike was his boy. Wike and Odile, Amechi fought. Sifra was a boy to make a Wike and him are fighting. It can never be solved by any physical mess except by the hand of God. There is no physical mess because it's not a physical problem. Even if sin picks somebody today, the person will fight him. It's a spiritual problem. I stand in my office today and I declare that curse broken in the name of Jesus. They have tried all means, even the president have not been able. No mortal man told me, but today, mark it, I decree that curse broken.
Okay, so you listen to the 3-year CAN condemning the crisis and declaring a one-day fast for early February. And then you listen to Pastor George Izunwa of Gateway International Church decrying the decaying states of our dear states, that is River State, compared to other states, right? And then Bishop Ibiomie, Pastor Ibiomie of Salvation Ministries, was speaking at Glory Rain. Today should be their Thanksgiving. Officially, I think it ended on Friday. I also believe that the governor was in attendance when he made those comments. Those clips went viral on separate days. I think the one of it being a spiritual problem went viral before the Ijo own, right? So Pastor Ibiomie is speaking, says it's a spiritual problem. I just want to hear what you think. I want to hear what you think. I know some of us are in the habits of when we hear things like this, we get irritated and want to swear at them. Please don't do it here. See, please don't do it here. You can take it somewhere else, no problem. But don't do it here. If you do it here, I won't be rude to you, but I'll just disengage. And that may be rude. Don't do it. What do you think? We can be objective in the things that we have to say. So let's talk about it. Besides the cases of previous administrations and how they've not been able to maintain cordiality, could that be spiritual? I would have wished he talked about possibly why he thinks it's a spiritual problem. You know, to give a bit of an understanding as to what may be causing this thing, this rift. But he didn't. He just said it's a spiritual problem and then he prayed over it and said the president too has not been able to intervene. Well, what do you think? 0810-9510-951. Again, 0810-9510-951. For messages, 0701-9339-962. 0701-9339-962. 962. Text, voice messages, you can use that. And then on Facebook and X, you'll find a post there. Today951FM, Facebook, Today951FM, on X, Today FM 951. All right. So the phone lines are open. Let me hear you. Good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir. Okay.
Happy Sunday to you, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Kelly, I'd like to join you in appreciating Pastor Awo's speaker. That lady is so blessed. And, you know, she makes me believe and understand that not every woman has to be a wife and a mother. This woman is an embodiment of wisdom.
Yeah.
You see, she's not only, like you described her, businesswoman, a former bank head, a pastor, a wife. She's also a mother.
Oh, yeah.
Not only to her biological ones, but mother to many.
Many.
In fact, I'm adopting her as my mother. She's so wise. You know, her explanation with that of the nature are not actually too conflicting, if not for misconception. They're saying the same thing from different angles.
Yeah.
You know, I've had something, a similar experience, even an account which my money is in, but just that my own card, when at the time we're buying something, wasn't sufficient for that. I said, okay, after this, use some from this other account I put in there so that it will be sufficient. In paying for this, you know, this young lady swore that her card is feeling hot. So her card is feeling hot. I said, what? My money that is in the account, making use of it is making your card to feel hot. Okay, no problem. I did not just end that like that, but I felt something. These people's comment now, these two persons, Enrique and Westcard, made me recall that incident. It wasn't palatable.
Sorry.
And women should know how to react to certain things concerning finance in front of men.
Yeah.
It's not easy. As a man, when you have and you decide to bring, does not mean when you do not bring, when you do not have, that you do not intend to bring. You know, we should at least, women should be able to understand the vicissitudes of life. When things are not normal, there is a way you react, considering when it was normal, painful. So Kelly, back to these other issues. There is one that I didn't want to, take lightly. One that was talking about when Igbo man. I'm wondering who the Igbo.
No, but in context, we may not understand it, but that's the thing trending.
Yeah.
It's trending, so let's just leave out that part.
What I'm reacting to.
Okay.
Yeah, the context is what I'm reacting to. If that is the context which I'm reasoning,
but clearly now you need to listen to the entire message to understand what he was saying about Igbo man in power and how it affects the Igbo race wrongly. So let's just talk about the rivers parts. The rivers parts. That part at least is clear.
Yes. That's the reference currently. That's what I'm saying. But Kelly, I do not totally agree, beginning from the Khan River State, that prayer is what is going to solve this problem.
Okay.
The Bible has said that prayer without work is dead. So it's not prayer issue. And I'm kind of quivered. Why these people are now talking about this now? Is it because they know that thing is going out? Why didn't they start it early? Couldn't they have fasted from the beginning, 2023? Couldn't they have fasted from that time? Why is it now that there is an impeachment protest and a very strong one at that? So, Kelly, I think these people are just rabble-rousing. I'm sorry to say so, that they are very, very late for this.
All right.
So, prayer cannot stop it. It is the persons involved to realize where they have gone wrong and to retract and do the right thing.
All right.
Can stop it. This is not prayer.
Special Douglas.
And Kelly also.
No. You've had some time. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Kelly, good morning to you.
Welcome, Daddy Harry.
Yeah. Kelly, I listened to Pastor George. I think he's on point.
Okay.
River State is dilapidated. I don't know if I'm to use that language. I don't know how fair it is. But looking at the happenings in River State, that River State is going backward, governance-wise. Okay? Now, to Pastor David Ibiome, this very assertion, he made it last year in the same glory reign. I was there present when he talked about it. Yes, when he talked about it being spiritual. Okay. And he did exactly the way he recalled the past, leadership, how it went,
succession,
how it's been going. Yeah. Now, if we have spiritual men who are concerned about River State, they are supposed to be the eyes of the gods to the people. And this is last year they've understood that this is spiritual. And they've been dealing with other spiritual matters, how we will not die, how we will live forever. And this one has continued to be spiritual, has continued to be a problem till this time. So what do we talk about? It is not just about coming to tell us that no woman can do. What are they doing? And I know for sure that this situation, prayers have been going on, and there's nothing wrong with prayers. But where I'm having a little bit of issue now is that this time last year, when we heard about this spirit, and there's still a spiritual problem till now, it means you people are not actually spiritualizing the spirituality.
Okay, so Harry Dede, are you saying that you agree that it may be spiritual, but those that are telling us it's spiritual, they're not doing enough to cancel it?
Yes, they are. Yeah, see, there's spiritual angle to every situation,
but
especially when it's long lasting. Okay, but then even the prayers that the can is calling for. The question is, who are those that are praying? What is there? Is it that God doesn't? God answers prayer, but who are you that is praying? When it comes to you taking a stand, or what is your position in the whole matter? Are you not one of those people that still receives from one side of it? That has taken stand, whether spiritually or otherwise already. You understand what I'm saying, Kelly?
Daddy Harry, thank you. Very clear.
Thank you, sir.
Very clear.
Yeah.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, Kelly. Good morning.
Morning.
This is Tony calling from Port Harcourt.
Tony, can you be a bit more audible?
I say this is Tony calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
For me, I don't really think that this is spiritual, because I so much believe on doing the right thing. Looking at what the pastors have been saying about River State, how the predecessors and the governors have been attacking each other, I think it's just because of the wealth they see around River State in the aim of affairs. But when they put things together, work things together, if you just watch, every governor that comes out from River State want to contest for presidency. And all eyes is in River State because of the wealth. So talking about being it future, this, that, I don't see so. If all the pastors can tell all their members that this is the right, and even tell the governors that do come to their church to listen to their sermons and all those that this thing you are doing is not right. In front of them, every one of them, they will start doing things right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for reaching out. So for you, it's not spiritual. Today 95.1, good morning. I cannot hear you. It's very, very faint. Very, very faint. I'm sorry. Real sorry. Today 95.1, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Comedy Menele Baton.
Okay.
Calling from Port Harcourt. Can I go for the leader? David Ebieme.
Okay.
I seem not to agree with him. That is the problem in River State is spiritual. The crisis we're having is not spiritual. It's a matter of sincerity. The people involved are not sincere. Because you can see when the Honorable Minister is a pronouncement that if there will be peace in River State, he needed a clear mind. That the governor is taking pressure. See, there are something people don't understand. If they want to remove Fubara from the list of his team, it's an emergency. But because of peace, we are still maintaining up to this moment. It's sincerity. People are not sincere. Even God told us human beings, you should be sincere to ourselves. As you love your neighbor, love yourself. I don't understand. There's nothing spiritual here. You say the truth. Tomorrow you divide from it. You say, you didn't say that. That kind of situation or that kind of living of life, you say it's spiritual. It's not spiritual. After all, you to be sincere to yourself and to the people. The governors in River State are not sincere. They are not accountable to anybody.
All right. So it's not spiritual.
It's not spiritual at all. Okay, they are supposed to be corrected.
All right. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yes, God bless you, my beloved brother. My name is Irene Sampson. I'm calling from the city of Agua Udua in the Mago Football Clan.
Okay.
My beloved brother, I don't see it as a spiritual. Someone have ruled this state. Why can't you allow the next man to do his own bid? Yeah, my beloved brother, even that Rivers people, you're scared of telling someone that you're governed for 8 years. Allow the next man. Yeah, why is it that you're scared of everything, Rivers people? Yeah? You're scared of telling the next man the truth. The truth is always bitter. Someone has governed this state for 8 years without no interruption from any quarter. They're in touch. Now someone wants to control the state. Someone wants to do the needful. When I mean the needful, rather what you are saying is spiritual. I don't see it as a spiritual. My arm should do the needful. That's my case. God bless you.
What should be the needful? Is it that the pastor should tell the parties the truth? At least what they think is the truth? Are you still there? Okay. I said his own. He has dropped. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Morning, Kelly.
Welcome.
Mr. Marcos from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
I don't look at faces, your height, your color, or your position in politics or religion to cross-examine and take what you say as the right thing to go with or not. Then I want to ask, the first governor of River State was Dete Steve. Am I correct?
I don't know. I can't confirm.
Was the
when you say the first governor is what I can't confirm.
Okay. Now, can you recall who did the thief, the man that succeeded the thief, can you recall the time that they have issues like this?
But you know, I think
DSP
was a military head of state.
Yes, of course.
And so he can't have an issue now. It's just orders.
Let me come in again. Somebody like Okilo.
Okay.
Okilo was the governor in River State. Am I correct?
Yes, he was.
Can you remember who Okilo was having this kind of power tussle and challenges with after going out of the seat? Can you remember?
Did he complete his tenure?
Huh?
Did he complete his tenure as governor?
Yes, of course, now.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he completed his tenure.
Okay.
Now again, when Toby did not choose to contest as a governor, did you see him have this kind of tussle with his master?
You mean Gabriel Toby?
Yes.
That's a perfect gentleman. He doesn't even have the energy for all of this drama.
Now, here you come. You see, it is all about the individuals who found themselves there.
Okay.
You see money, you see power, intoxicates. And again, the kind of praises we give the people on that seat, and almost half worship we give them, make them feel they are like demigods. Who are you not to do what I say? When they begin to feel that way, as soon as they see themselves in the power and they see money around them, they turn tiger. Please, it's not. See, I am not discouraging prayer, so prayer works so there.
Okay.
Any man who wants to do anything outside prayer, I am not with the person. But tagging what is happening in reverse as spiritual, it is not. It is ego and greed that is found in this very few men that is troubling River State.
All right.
What I expect of them, this men that is giving this theory now, what I expect of them is to go to them and say that this thing you are doing is bad. Just like the prophets of old. Don't do this. It's against the law.
Okay.
It's against the will of people. Those who come out and tell them what they're doing is not good, then you can go with prayers. It will work.
All right.
It is not spiritual. Make nobody see this opportunity as a means of getting money for himself, because if they will really want to conduct the prayer and everything that is coming in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Charlie, good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Your friend, Chief Aunaya Brown.
Oh, Chief, welcome. Good to hear your voice again.
Happy Sunday, my brother.
Happy Sunday, sir.
Please, let me go contribute on the matters at hand. Like, during the time of Amechi as governor, did you notice that Amechi and Odili had problem? Did you ever notice in River State that Amechi and Master Odili had issue?
But you know, the circumstances are quite different.
No, yes, the circumstances of acquiring the party ticket, and Odili was silent, and Amechi became governor, and never insulted Odili one day, and never challenged Odili, and never mentioned Odili.
Because Amechi too knew how he became governor. He fought for it and so on. So circumstances are a little different, just a little.
Yes, and there was no forum. There was no public forum that Odili came out and condemned Amechi, or Amechi condemned Odili.
Well, true.
Even if their relationship was not straight.
Very true.
But we never knew as Rivers people. So just like the last caller said, when greed supersedes his face, you know, the face of greed is very ugly. And when the face of greed supersedes your mindset, your mind for humanity, it is bad. What we are seeing within Sim and Yesomwike, you brought this man, even in my community, in Rumeme, Tankraya, we are knocked around. If you know the vote for this particular political party, no come out. It was around so many communities in Port Harcourt.
Some people were flogged. In some polling units, people were flogged for even trying to vote any other political party. I'm aware.
Thank you. People were flogged. So you have finally brought this man. And this man has won the heart of River State by making River State a construction site like Amechi did. So why not allow this man?
So Wike did not make River State a construction site.
No, not at all. Wike ruled River State like an emperor. Wike serious like nothing.
Chief.
We will tell a traditional ruler something your head. It is on record.
Oh my
we
goodness.
have no respect for even the traditional ruler, even chiefs and his own commissioner could not even receive delegates.
So let me also ask you, since we're digging out and taking our sides, let me ask you, right?
Yes.
You described the lengths he went in ensuring that this person succeeded as governor. You think that extent he went was not for something that would benefit him eventually?
Yes.
So if the system is turning against him, do you expect him to fold his arms and go into his bedroom and sleep and cry?
Kelly Kenajima, what is the problem?
No,
is
but
it not to shock Rivers people? Is it not to benefit for Rivers well?
Understand what I'm saying. I think we need to understand ourselves. If I go all out in getting you something and that thing happens, I expect something in return, isn't it?
What is that?
If I'm not getting, if I go as far as I went to support you in getting you into a certain position, and for whatsoever reason you turn south against me, I will be bitter. I will do funny things because I feel like I've been betrayed. Isn't that correct? Chief. Oh, there. Let me take this call and then we'll read messages. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. Kelly.
Welcome.
Even our wives will give money at home. And we're expecting 1 or 2 meats. Okay, 4 meats. Unfortunately, she dropped only 1 meat. We'll ask questions. Not lie.
Mm-hmm.
Even our children, I sent you to school. You did not do this. You did not do that. Expectations. Is it not so? For once, let us tell ourselves the truth. For once. Until we go back to the foundation as a people to galvanize and to reposition our mind and act for greatness. We'll keep roaming in this. Everybody helps somebody for a purpose, for an intention. Even man. Okay, come take 500. Okay, come take 1,000.
Some of those men they expect to collect for that 500 naira we they give you.
God bless you.
Only 500 naira.
Only 500 they expect to collect. Only 500 they want to collect. Today, as we are talking like this now, the moment a girl just walk up to a guy, brother, I won't go to church, I don't get offering, no, and he give her 500. My brother, he go expect say as that girl is coming back from church, he doesn't get that thing is a sin, no. You can find her more. Come to my house. Now lie. A lot of young girls should have been deflowered in the compound. Why? Because they went to ask one brother for 200 transport to go church or to go walk. 200 naira to go walk. It became a problem. Expectations. Mr. Zion.
Oh, man. It's quite a lot, you know. It's really quite a lot. All right. Okay, so engineers, I trust that you're listening. There's a concern about no audio on the website for over 2 days now. Okay, no audio on the website for over 2 days now. And so the YouTube, if you're wisdom, well, sometimes the challenge with the YouTube is it's not like it's not streaming, but because of regulations, when songs are playing and it's not live presentation, if you get what I mean, the engineers have to mute the sound. They have to mute it because it'll be songs, and that would, you know, it's against YouTube regulation. So that's why sometimes you realize that the primary handle is down because YouTube flagged it and suspended it. That's what happens. So sometimes when engineers, they put the mute, they sort of forget and the presentation actually begins and then it goes in for a while before they realize, oh, this person has started talking, and then they put it back on. So that's what happens sometimes. I've also observed it. It's quite frustrating for me too. When I want to listen to my colleagues, I can't listen live. So sometimes I just go back to YouTube to go and listen to my colleagues and your contribution. So that's what happens. Yeah. So bear with us. That's YouTube one he had, because now human beings, they press on, off, which means they have to be listening and watching all the time. See how difficult that is. All right, to the issue. CAN should leave prayer and do the needful by calling the political leaders to order. God cannot come and do for you what he has given you sense to do. They've been fasting and praying for Nigeria since I was a kid, and things are getting worse. They should stop disturbing God, I beg. Pastor David Ibiome is 100% correct, but the spiritual problem is caused by greed and lack of work. Rivers indigents don't like to work. They like free money. Hence, everyone is loyal to their political leaders, whether good or bad. If a wisdom from Rukboku, you sent that message. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Kelly. Happy Sunday to you. Spiritual or not, those men of God should tell Wike the truth. See, this one has taken sides. What is doing to Governor Fobra and this state is bad. He should stop it. Thank you. Ejima from Army Range. Jay from Ajib, this message is long, but let me try. We know that the spiritual controls the physical. However, putting prayer or faith where we should put work is like putting a wishbone where we should put a backbone. It's like eating the wrong food deliberately and praying to God that you should not fall sick. It's like schools who use the time for classroom teaching for daily fasting and prayer, and imagine where they are not able to, or why they are not able to meet up with their scheme of work at the end of the term. See how religion is eating deep into the fabrics of our society. Wisdom is profitable to direct. If these prayers had been scheduled, shouldn't the Muslims and traditionally schedule theirs too? Pastor Biemie made some statement last year too. From the clip you played, I suppose he has broken the curse. Jay from Ajib. Okay. So we should look forward to victory now. Right? Good morning. I totally disagree that what is happening in Rivers State is spiritual. I think it's greed and quest for power that is playing out. The day Rivers politicians stop their pulling down syndrome, you will see Port Harcourt return to its former state. Nwoju Chidebere from Oibo, you sent that message. Thank you. What we don't understand is that greed is a serious spiritual concern. So you say that it may be spiritual. Okay. On the statement of Pastor David Ibiome, I think it's spiritual. I believe when a cycle keeps recurring, except someone breaks that cycle, it will continue to reoccur. The last time he said it, he advised any of the parties to reach out to him so that it will be broken. For him to repeat it, maybe they didn't reach out. See, maybe they didn't reach out, so something needs to be done. The bottom line is any solution that can make things better, please let it be applied. Enough is enough. Mina in Eleme, you sent that message. Thank you. Melody Uniport, nothing like spiritual here. Greed is the answer. All right, thank you, sir. Traditional text, let's read a few. Good morning to you, Kelly. Very up Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told. What is happening in River State is a spiritual problem caused by some spiritual forces, making River States not to move forward and taking a rightful position in the nation. God help us all. Okay. Good morning. The problem in River State is spiritual because the spiritual controls the physical. In order for a place not to develop or something good to come to manifestation, someone can be used by the devil to be an hindrance. Greed is controlled by the devil, so it's spiritual. Ima from Choba, thank you. I support the comments of Pastor George Zunwa with one white male goat as for Rivers challenge being spiritual. Okay, support it with one white male goat. And then for Rivers spiritual problem being Rivers challenge being spiritual, let's arrest the agent of Satan first. Then we will see if the devil will come himself. Leo from NTA. Oh, my even Mr. Mataya for that one. Oh, my goodness. I have to race now. I know there are comments on Facebook. Oh, my God. What did that guy say? All right, Friday Olu from Uniport. Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. What's happening in River State is akin to the Primeval forest where survival is contingent on the fetus. Talk about spiritual. Greed is driven by the spirit of greed. Okay. Oh. I know. I understand. Completely understand. What do you want me to say now? When I talk about it, I say I don't talk. Hey, all right. On Facebook, I have loads of comments there. I may just have to go on this break, come back and read the contributions on Facebook. I think that's the best thing to do because everybody's contribution is important. So we'll take a break. All right. Go to Facebook. We'll take a break, return, go to Facebook. When we come back, reading those comments, we'll listen to some of the trends I've been able to put together for you. And then, we'll make progress from there. Oh my God. Oh my Chineke, Idema. We'll be back shortly. Fred Hammond, the bassist, keyboardist, drummer. One guy. The guy is bad. But every time they get to go live, they get to show off a little bit. Just a little bit. Those syncopations can be mad. Welcome back to the show. So I think that album is almost 6 years old. 2018, 2017. I think one of them. Wow. That's like 10 years old. Anyway, that's what I focus. So I said I'll read some of the messages from Facebook, and as usual, people on Facebook will be doing their thing. Cursing, abusing me, abusing the station. Classic Facebook. So I'll just read those that care to comment responsibly, and then the rest, you can have your party. Okay? Patron. Attributing the political crisis in Rivers State by Biomi to a spiritual problem is a big, fat lie. The crisis is caused by greed, and it's causing avarice. If those people mentioned were contented with what they have gotten in the process, there wouldn't be crisis between them. Okay? Yeah, this is another one. This one says the problem of Rivers State is very simple. Real Rivers people, Ijo and Ogoni, should come together and remove power. Okay, Opara Uchechukwu. Okay, so I'm calling their names now. Another one. Enegi Shwaibu. The crisis is not spiritual but greed. It remains relevant all the time. Okay, greed, and then to remain relevant all the time. Ego, control the resources, and Ogak Patapata of them all is decision taken from him. I disagree with the pastor, so you don't believe that it's spiritual. Believe Ebeka, innocent child. I read a message from you. Okay? See? Okay. It just goes on and on. Chidi Everly, I disagree with Pastor Biomie. There's nothing spiritual in Rivers' political crisis. It's all politics. Okay. I see it. That's classic Facebook. Classic Facebook. So I've left it there. All right. So moment of truth. Before we get into the stories, I have two. And the stories are not short per se. So let's just listen to, some of the talk and gist I've been able to keep for you. This is not way back, because I think the last time I said was January 4. So I can't go that back. All right, just a few of them. Let's begin with Pastor Kingsley Okonkwo. He's been trending this week. Similar conversation to what you listened earlier from Pastor Mrs. Awosika. Take a listen.
African women don't like to marry men that they earn more than. Many of you are going to miss your husbands because of that. By the time I met my wife, like I said, she had masters, I had OND. If I was waiting till I could earn more than her to marry her, I would not be married today. In marriage, the two people become a team. You see, the days when they started teaching things like, the men are the provider, that is not in the Bible, In those days, it was a traditional belief, not a biblical belief. And the reason was simple. Men knew the only way to control the women was to earn more. So you notice those days, men marry like 10 years or 15 years down because they would have first been established financially. Then they marry somebody that's not established, so they have full control over this person. That's how marriages were kept safe. It was a good intention, but it wasn't a good principle. Those days, survival was dependent on physical strength a lot. So you either chase antelope or go and farm for hours. Men were largely the ones in charge of finances. Today, making money has nothing to do with strength again. Women can sit at home and post something and sell it to 1,000 people. Most careers now don't involve physical strength. So women are now earning as much, if not more, than men are. Secondly, we're no more marrying 10 years gap. We're marrying our mates. Which means all things being equal, most men are going to earn more than most guys their age. Besides, women enjoy favor, especially in Abuja. That's discussion for another day. There are three kinds of guys that you might be earning more than. The first one is the guy that you meet him, you are earning more than him. Don't throw him away yet. He's a guy that is working hard and hustling hard. He's just not gotten it right yet. And you have maybe settled in your own career. You already see his patterns, so don't forget. You see his hard work now. Don't marry potential, marry patterns. You are seeing. He started this fashion business here. This is what it has. So he has hard work going on. He hasn't just hit it big yet. Marry that guy, he will make it. The second kind of guy you earn more than is the guy that mostly this happens to choleric women. You are generally more driven than him. So he's never going to catch up with you financially. but he's going to bring a lot to the table that you won't have. He's generally more homely, generally more calm. Two of you can't be that driven. So those women, you see them, they're either high in government, high in whatever. You don't marry those women and say, come and sit down, come and cook. No, that's not there. They are more useful to the nation out there. So those men, not that they don't have work, but they have work, but they will never catch up. You are going to be any more. So you see some of the top men have in our politics, they don't even know their husband's names. Even in ministry circles like abroad, you hear people like Joyce Meyer. Her husband Dave Meyer works in the ministry that she started, but he has administrative and management skills that she doesn't have. So they bring a lot to the table, just that they will never overtake you. They might actually work in your company that you started. If you look at social media circle, we have some couples like that. That's also a good formation can work. The third one that you might be any more than that you should not marry is the loafer. That one you're any more than him now, you will forever any more than him. He's not going to bring any value. He has no future ambition. He will keep chasing girls about with your money. That one is a useless person. Most women group all three into one. Once they see that any more than the guy, they say this one cannot be the one. It can be the one. Just make sure it's not this third one that is useless. It can be a guy that will make it one day, or it can be a guy that will bring more to your life than just money. He will bring stability. He might be good at doing your itinerary, doing your administration for your business. Somebody get what I'm saying?
You don't want to begin your marriage with debt. Debt. Say debt. Yeah. You go to the honeymoon. You go to the honeymoon and the phones begin to ring. And it's the lady who brought the chairs for the wedding. She's asking for her money. And the girl is, the woman is saying, what is our nothing, nothing. Then another phone ring. The woman who provided the drinks. When can I get my money? Before you realize, the unction to function has gone. I'm ruling by the grace of God. Discourage people who want to have wedding. Until they can prove to us that if the man cannot prove that at least he has 100,000 CDs in his bank account, he shouldn't have a wedding. Bishop, why? Bishop, why are you looking at me that way? Bishop, if you agree with me, say it on the microphone so the whole church will hear you.
Yeah, we have some. I'm still having weddings.
Bishop, I want you people to know this. I want us to stop this thing of these white weddings. And for you single women, stop this thing where you want the man to wed you. Stop this wedding. Marriage is not wedding. Because you see, I'm telling you this, and those of you who give people money to go and marry, who don't have, if they don't have money, they shouldn't marry. Because marriage is not love. Love don't buy provision. Love don't pay the bills. I'm not saying we shouldn't help people who want to marry, but we need to have about 5 or 10 marriage Sunday morning on the altar here. Everybody takes their ring. No best man, no maid of honor, no bridesmaid, nothing. We just pronounce the blessing of God. Go home, make love, make babies, live your life. All these things they do, what do you call it? Reception. Why do you have to do a reception? Why do you have to bring people to come and eat and drink your food free? Why? And then after they insult you, you say that the drink wasn't enough, the food was some way, there wasn't so. Why do you have to give people opportunity to insult you? Don't give them anything. Just come Sunday morning here. And you sisters, what you want is not that white dress. You want the man, you want the husband. So just show up here. Bring the ring. We bless the ring. Say I do. I do. Husband and wife, in the name of Jesus. Go. Do your own thing. Have babies. Hello? If you have money to have a wedding, fine. But a lot of you don't have money for weddings. And even if you do, using money for wedding is a liability and not an asset. Wedding is a liability to those of you who are now building wealth. It's an asset to those who have made their money. But for you who is now making your money, some of you, you haven't even, you don't even have a 1 bedroom you live in. You don't even have money to rent a house, and you want a wedding. What is wrong with you? It's your mindset. Your mind is sick. Sick. And you say, me, I want wedding. You want what? Wedding. Tell somebody, stop it. Get up, get up, stand on your feet. Give somebody a high five and say, stop it, stop all this wedding. Stop it. Stop it.
The only one I've decided is that nobody will kill me. Second, third, fourth, fifth. I have a friend of mine. His dad is from the north. His dad aged. He's over 100. He still has young wives and he handles them very well. Yeah. So when I was much younger, this relationship had lasted for some years. Whenever we are around, he will be giving me some advice, and I'm a pastor, about some herbs that they take. The north is blessed though. About some things they take and all of that. I said, sir, respectfully, I'm not interested. When I hit 50, I went back. I said, what is that thing that you were telling me about? He said, Pastor, are you the one asking? I said, forget that, you know. Pastor, no reach here. Oh, because you have to make madam happy. You have to do your job. The only one I've decided is that nobody will kill me. Second, third, fourth, fifth. No, forget it. I'm not in my 18 anymore. Forget about that one. Are we supposed to talk about this kind of thing in church, or we should just keep quiet? People should be dying. Take care of each other and take care of your family.
Hello family, this is still Pastor Jerry Eze, and this is providing you an update on the Jerry Eze Foundation Digital Empowerment Grant for young people in agriculture, manufacturing, and of course in technology. Yesterday I told you that the grant is about $300,000 for about 100 young persons. However, my friend Tony Cole decided to pay for 20 young persons, making it $60,000. And of course, another friend of mine, Tony Eluelu, decided to also pay for 20 young persons, making it $60,000. And that's not all. Nubian Bank and Flutterwave decided to also pay for 35 young persons, making it $105,000, making the total sum $525,000. So the total grant that we are going to be looking at right now is $525,000. I'm sure you know it's something to cheer about. So the fund just got bigger, and this is me saying a very big thank you to my friend Tony Eluelu, and of course also my friend Toya Cole, and of course the Nubian Bank and Flutterwave. Now this is not all. The Tony Eluelu Foundation also promised to do a 12-week business education course for all the awardees. 12 weeks of teaching them business, how they should do business, which is absolutely very heartwarming for me. That's not all. Flutterwave, which is a tech company, also decided to do a lot of technical backstopping for anyone in technology who is an awardee. And I want to say to you, the year is already starting great. And please, we will roll out the criteria, the selection process. Please do not forget, it will be handled by a reputable international consulting firm. Okay, family, see you very soon. God bless you.
Have you heard of gossip before? Gossip is one of the most fundamental ways of the practice of witchcraft. Because through gossip, you can influence someone's perception of another person that you have never met. The person you have never met you before, but someone gossiped you behind the scene, and the person is armed with the orientation of that gossip and relates with you from that standpoint. What I want you to know is this: witchcraft is a reality that is present, is ever present, seeking to diminish the possibilities you have to align with the fullness of what God has for you.
Listen, the most critical decision you would ever make in your life is who you marry. It can mar or make your life. So how can you marry someone whose core values are different from yours? It's madness. It's all these things we do. You just want to be married. It doesn't matter. I'd rather marry at 40 and have a good life till 70 than marry at 25 and be divorced by 28 or have a miserable life for 50 years. Don't fall into trying to please anybody. Because, you know, we want your auntie is harassing you, your uncle is harassing you, your mother is harassing you. Just laugh. You must learn how to laugh at people. When they say something, you say, auntie, don't worry, my husband is you'll be at the wedding, it's you that will cook the food, safe. When your cousin is getting married, attend the wedding. Don't run because of that. Do it. When they say, hey, we're waiting for you, you say, it's coming on, see, God is on the throne. Just learn how to deal with people with the joy of the Lord, and do not allow people to push you into anything. One thing I always say to singles: don't ever reduce yourself because you are looking for a husband, because you will find a reduced husband and you will end up marrying the wrong person. Be everything that you are. The one that fits you is the only one that will come. Don't even try to impress anybody.
Okay, so we're listening to Pastor Kingsley Okonkwo there, the very first one, and after him we're now listening to Archbishop Duncan Williams. And see, would there be a strong rebellion against wedding ceremonies? Are we going to get there? You know, some couples are now becoming very bold and audacious to have their weddings the way they want it. This is official joining, all the ceremony. My friend invited me to a wedding. Her wedding. It wasn't even a traditional wedding, no. She did strictly by invitation. That's strictly by invitation. You don't even get the invite, though. There is a notice of the wedding, and you have been notified as one of the guests to attend the wedding. I said, okay. Then days to the wedding, she now gives you the venue to the wedding. I'm like, okay. Now, it's when you get to the venue, somebody now gives you your invite. That allows you to gain access into the venue for the wedding. You know what I said? I said I promised I was going to come. Otherwise, me, Kelly, all this stress. I know, come. But I went. And I gave her a good tease. And I left. Stayed a while and left. But couples are becoming more and more confident. I used to say, I think I was saying to a colleague at the office that I like to wear jeans and a t-shirt on my wedding day. And I quickly added, if she won't mind. Because it's not a decision I can make by myself, so she has to agree. But it's our wedding. They say, no. It's Siki. Yeah. And Siki said, but it's not your wedding. It is her wedding. So what do you mean? Say, yes, now, wedding is for the woman. It's not for you. I said, oh, well. So, but even with that, some couples are becoming more and more confident in, venturing out of the status quo, get a big hall, do all the ceremonies and everything, to just go to a quiet wedding, and they are living their lives happily. Happily. So that's what Archbishop Duncan Williams is emphasizing on. But I just wonder, the messages are becoming louder. Would we get to that point? Well, let's wait and see. Just hope that your parents they're not society people. Because your wedding is the time that they would have to show their people, their friends, that we don't show. Anyway, Archbishop Duncan Williams speaking there. And then Pastor David Bui of Dominion City, just on NTA Road, he was talking about rounds. You know what I mean, right? How many rounds he can go. Very hilarious, but down to earth and very practical. How many rounds he can go. There's this advert that used to play on our dial. Probably play today after the news. Staying in the heart of the matter, I'm like, what heart of the matter? Want to kill somebody? Want to kill somebody? If you just stand like that and stick, you just die. I used to always complain about what I hate. I'm like, what is it? Should we die? Just stand. You must be able to stand. Stand what? Stand what? Oh my God. Anyway, that's what Pastor was talking about in that clip we listened to. At 50, he had to go back to that his friend in North to get some herbs so that he can help him, do his duties. However, if you expect him to do round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4, his heart cannot carry it. Quite hilarious. But that's a challenge a lot of men go through. So they now look for a lot of all these enhancers. Look for enhancers. I can perform. I kill the lady. When you are done killing the lady, you are now done. You are now exhausted. Completely exhausted. Small remain, they take you go hospital. Okay. So listen to Pastor David where he speak there. And after that, Pastor Jerry is giving an update on the initial $300,000 grant he had announced. Well, with all the support from the likes of Tony Cole, Tony Elumelu, and Flutterwave, it's jacked up to $520,000. At this point, the critics of the church will not come out. Oh, what is the church doing? Oh, what is the church doing? They're only collecting money. Oh, what is the church doing? Let me be whining like small girl for you people. And I need a shame. Now, if you come and talk again, $520,000. If they take and give youth, and I know if you talk again, shame. Yes, we can continue now. Yes. Pastor Jerry is giving an update. I do worry about his association, Sha. Personally, I do worry about his association. But what do I know? And Pastor say is talking about witchcraft being synonymous with gossip. It's true. Very true. You use gossip, take the lie way. If you don't even exists, don't gossip the person complete. And then lastly, the choice of who you marry is very important. The phenomenal Pastor Mrs. Awosika speaking there again. All right. Let's have someone. Jeez, my goodness. Kelly. Don't worry, I'll be fast with the story. The only problem is with my pace now, it might be a little difficult for you to hear everything, but I'll be fast because we have 2 stories. So let's help them. A woman explained that her husband relocated to the United States in December. A lawyer shared this on social media. I have to be frank with you. A lawyer shared this on social media. I'm like, Satan, you are so terrible. Satan is a bad devil. Very, very bad devil. But listen to the story. A woman explained that her husband relocated to the United States in December of 2022, leaving her behind with their 6-year-old son. Since his departure, he has remained financially responsible, consistently sending money to support the family. In June of 2024, he sent funds for her to purchase a car, and by July of the previous year, they completed the construction of their family house. That's in 2025, July of 2025. A large building consisting of 5 apartments. She currently lives there with her son and 3 tenants, while 2 apartments remain vacant. She manages the rent collection and also runs a provision store her husband established for her. Financially, she stated that she and her son are comfortable and well provided for. Now, despite the stability, she admitted that loneliness has become a serious struggle. She described years of emotional isolation since her husband's relocation, noting that most of her friends live with their partners. When they visit and discuss their relationships and intimate lives, she feels increasingly isolated, despite her financial security and material comfort. She says she tried to remain faithful, but eventually gave in to temptation. About 2 months ago, she began seeing another man. She emphasized that there were no emotional attachments, explaining that the relationship was driven purely by loneliness and physical need. In December, she missed her menstrual cycle and later confirmed through a test that she was 1 month pregnant. Just 3 days after discovering the pregnancy, her husband informed her that he will be returning home the following week. He also revealed plans for a discussion about relocating her and their son abroad, explaining that the visit was meant to be a surprise. She now finds herself deeply troubled and confused. She anticipates intimacy with her husband upon his return and is overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty. She's torn between honesty and concealment, questioning whether she should tell her husband that the pregnancy is his. She stated that she does not want to terminate the pregnancy but is concerned that the timing of the birth potentially arriving earlier than expected could raise suspicion. She concluded by seeking guidance, stating that she feels trapped in a difficult situation and urgently needs advice on how to navigate the consequences of her actions. So that's story 1. Story 2. We've talked about a similar story here. It's very similar. Please, I really need your honest advice on a situation with my boyfriend. I'm a 28-year-old nurse. I've been in a relationship with this guy for about 10 months. He's generally loving and has been faithful. But there is one major issue that is starting to exhaust me. Every time I visit his house, I basically take over the chores. Wow. I do his laundry, iron his clothes, deep clean the house, and handle all the cooking and dishes before I head home. If I miss even one tiny thing, he makes sure I hear about it. He actually takes photos of my mistakes with his phone and sends them to me along with insults. If I forget a single plate or even just one spoon, he snaps a picture of it and sends it to me to shame me. So yesterday morning at 8 a.m., I went over and did my usual routine, cleaning, washing and cooking. After we ate, I cleared the table and washed the dishes. He then asked me to run to a nearby shop to buy him some beer. By the time I got back, I was in a rush because I had chores to finish at my parents' house, so I accidentally left one spoon unwashed in the sink. Anyway, when I got home, it was 12 p.m. I tried calling him 7 times just to let him know I got home safe, since he didn't even care to find out either, but he ignored every call. I texted him all through the day with no reply, despite that he was online the whole time. Finally, in the evening at 5 p.m. or 5 minutes to 6 p.m., he sent me 2 photos of the things I failed to do. Well, this is his message and it reads, "What kind of lady are you? How can you forget to clean the spoon? He told me I need to work on myself over a single spoon. Honestly, I'm tired. My phone is literally full of photos he has sent me of minor things I forgot to clean over the last 10 months. This happens every single time. I don't know how to handle this attitude anymore, or if I can even change it. I really wish for him to change this annoying attitude. Please, what should I do? How do I handle a man who acts like this? Help! Help, oh! Can we help her? 0810-9510-951. That's the number to call. Then for messages, 0701 9339 962. Here we go. Good morning.
Yes, okay.
Welcome, sir. Peter.
Peter from Oyibo, yeah.
Okay.
The lady nurse. No, sorry, you better do something with your life.
Tell her.
That man has no business with you. So you better look for elsewhere. A man who will be acting this way has no business with you. He's not going to marry you. If you think of marriage, that marriage is not going to work. The lady lawyer whose husband is in the U.S. and expecting him very soon. Well, if I tell you this, you may not believe that. Let me tell you this. Your husband is aware of everything you are doing. Even the man that impregnated you, the man, he knows the man, knows everything. And the timing was so right. Because he knew that you are pregnant, and this is the time you choose to come. So, well, for your own sake, I would not advise you to terminate the pregnancy. But well, if the man comes, open up to him. Tell him that, yes, this was a stupid thing you did. What do I do? Whatever advice your husband gives you, you take. But it's very unfortunate. You have said it. The man provides for you. You are not lacking. What is your problem?
All right.
What is your problem? If the man is at home and he is unable to run the family, you are the one to be complaining. Now the man is away, outside, providing everything. Yet you are not satisfied, except you want to be seeing your husband every night.
All right.
Madam, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Welcome.
From Mr. Kelly, I think the girl in a relationship, the only thing I have to tell her is to leave the relationship. That relationship will not work. And if you continue with that relationship, that person is not the kind of guy to stay with. Then the woman that had pregnant with another person, well, you should be able to say the truth. Maybe that should be a way out.
Okay.
That's my statement.
Thank you. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Oh yeah, let's manage. Let's see if we can manage.
Can you hear me? Let me continue.
I said the managing, and the floor we're managing.
Okay. On the issue of the lady that got pregnant, for me, what I would advise her, let me give that advice. But let her use her tongue and tell that the man will accept it. I see that thing as a big blow to our balance. Then the other lady, are you hearing me?
I'm listening.
Yeah, the other lady, that for me is a house help. I don't know, he said he's a boyfriend or he said he wants to stay married. And they have a guy is not a relationship. You can't look for somebody that looks for. So is he intending to marry the person or what?
I wonder.
He's joking, a big joker. It's not in a relationship. Let her go and look for a
All right.
I wanted to comment on your story about the fact I couldn't get it.
No, but you can't. The signal is very low, so I'm even struggling to hear you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Today 95.1. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. All right, call drop. Good morning.
Kelly.
Yes, sir.
It's Dave.
Dede Henry.
Once again, good morning.
Welcome.
Tell you, the first lady, I'm not going to blame her, Kelly. You understand? There are things that are natural call. I'm not going to blame her. Let's just put it like that. But I don't know. I'm not going to tell her to lie, but one thing I perceive in this matter is that coming out with the truth is going to end our marriage. I'm not going to tell her to lie. I'm not going to tell her to go deceitful. But one thing I perceive is that coming out to tell that man the truth is going to end that marriage. But then, leaving a woman, I don't know how people, even though, yes, he went to look for the money, but I don't know how it works anyway. I don't know. But one lesson we should learn from here is that what you do with the waiting time matters. Like anytime the pressure gets too high for you to yield to temptation, just know that some people is around the corner. If only you can scare the temptation. But how easy is it? Good. Now, the second woman, Kelly, the second story.
That's the nurse now.
She's
a nurse, yes.
The nurse, yeah. Kelly, but she started by telling us how nice the guy is, how good the guy is. From what you read now, that's how she started the story.
As loving as he is, that there is a part that is disturbing her.
So I wonder where the lovingness or the lovinghood or loving peace, I don't know if all these things you're complaining is are the characters of the young man. So I don't know what you're enjoying in the marriage. So when she use her teeth or her tongue or her teeth count her tongue, whichever way. But for me, I don't see that relationship working.
All right. Thank you so much, J.D. Harry, for sharing. Today 95.1, good morning.
Kelly, good morning, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Sunday, calling from Takota.
Okay.
Kelly, I want to talk of the woman that had pregnant for another man. Well, this is that she's a barrister. She should learn from some of my...
No, she's not a barrister. A lawyer just shared a story. It's a lawyer.
She's a lawyer.
So, no, a lawyer shared a story. So it's like she talks to the lawyer.
A lawyer.
She talks to the lawyer.
Okay, let me tell the lawyer, because I don't have the... Let me tell the lawyer to give her the IQ so that he can perform well, like some of my reversal politicians too. Thank you.
I couldn't even understand, sir. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yeah, Kelly, Special Douglas.
Special Douglas, welcome.
Yeah, Kelly, I want to begin with from your second story, the housemaid girlfriend.
She's a housemaid?
Kelly, right? Pardon?
She's a housemaid?
Yes, the housemaid. Like they say, respect is reciprocal. So also is relationship, love affair. Love affair is supposed to be romantic. And where there is no romance in love affair, that means there is no reciprocity. It's supposed to be reciprocal too. She being very, very respondent. She's responding to whatever demand the man makes. Does not mean the man loves her or she loves the man, but it's just that she's being so, anxious to satisfy his needs. Whereas it's not reciprocating.
Okay.
Because she deserves some respect. Despite the fact that he's meeting her needs, he's nice, like she said, and all that. How about regarding her, ignoring some of these minor things, irrelevant stuff, which he would do? What is getting to worry about snapping a spoon that she did not wash and all that? Is it her duty, by the way? They are not even married. Even in marriage, it's not mandated that she must be the one to do some of all these things. She could do them. So why making it any issue? And she worrying about it. Shouldn't she on her own know that this thing is not going to work out to find a way? And she worried about it. So she should use her tongue like they always advise. So can't hurt it. Kelly, the first story, I see that sort of situation as very, very possible. It's not just a story. I have familiar story where somebody who is married was even interested. I think if she was the one in this position, she will even admit the pregnancy, welcome her husband, and even give birth in the 9th month and say that pregnancy is a premature pregnancy, just to satisfy somebody. Because a similar situation happened where a married woman was texting a married man, even offering him to impregnate her, that she wouldn't let her own husband know. Even the married man was worried. How will you do your husband? How will your husband manage this? She wouldn't let the husband know that she was pregnant.
Okay.
It makes me to understand that some persons cram lifestyle instead of living the lifestyle. The cram is, like when we're in school, you study to learn. Like Joshua is also.
How do you cram a lifestyle?
Some people don't study; they cram.
How do you cram a lifestyle? How do you cram a lifestyle?
That is just what this woman has been doing. It's not in her, because if living decently is in her, there's no way falling to this minor thing. She said it started like loneliness, started like this. Shouldn't you know that is how it will start?
All right.
If it's in her, tell you like you don't smoke, you can go into places where people who smoke are. You will not smoke, you will never smoke, because it's a lifestyle.
All right,
and
Special Douglas.
You're pretending, cramming and all that, it will eventually happen. So it's her lifestyle. She was just trying to portray good lady or good woman, but this is her real life. I think she should face her boss. She should face it.
All right.
Either take the pregnancy home or abort it.
All right.
Whichever one, she should just face it.
Thank you. Today 95.1, good morning.
Hello, it's Emmanuel.
Hi, Tony Hosford, welcome.
Yeah. It's Emmanuel getting you come help to a trillion. I don't know.
And there are plenty of people trying to call now.
Yes, I see, I know, I understand. But Emmanuel, that lady was complaining about her fiance.
The boyfriend?
About, so meticulous about frivolity. She doesn't want, she forgot to wash, her spoon. You get a photograph of it and show her, call her wherever she is. I don't just understand that kind of lifestyle. That man is so serious. That marriage is not going to work. Even if it works, it will not last.
Now boyfriend it be only 10 months. So.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If it eventually leads to marriage, it will hit the brick wall in no time.
Okay.
So that's a very big red flag. Because that man he does not have a heart at all. Does not have a heart. So I feel the why. Religion is supposed to be symbiotic. Why should you be doing this kind of a thing? She's good. She has clothes, everything she's doing. But little thing will raise alarm and all the rest. That's why he is good in other areas, but that particular area is all over her. It's going to be a very big problem tomorrow. So for this thing to for her to avoid the impending danger, she should call it a quit now.
All right.
That is the advice I'm going to give her.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
All right, Tony Hosford, thank you. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
Yes. I think when God is doing something for somebody, you should be able to know. For you to wash plate, I forget one spoon. It's a sign. God will show you something. For you to sweep one part, you forget one small paper. God will show you something. Not tomorrow, we start moving up and down, looking for pastors to do prayers for you. Better put that relationship, because these are signs. Then for the other woman, I joined you late. I want to know how long has Joseph been in abroad?
Since 2022.
Since 2022?
Yes, I think so. That's what she said.
Okay. Then, Kelly, we are human. Water and blood run in our system.
I agree.
More especially as adults.
I agree.
And I also believe that since that 2022, this young man has not been alone. He has not been alone. It's just that we men, no matter the years, we cannot take in. But it's unfortunate, and we advise her to tell, since she says she don't want to terminate, which I will also support, because that is killing. She should tell the man. Then if the man loves her, for me, a person, me as my whole life, I will welcome her and that baby. I'm telling you the truth. But if the husband is not my type of man, then she should move on with her life and keep the baby.
Okay.
I also believe the man that get her pregnant may also receive her to himself. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for contributing. Today 95.1, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Madam Esther, welcome.
Kelly, at least I want to advise that girl that is doing boyfriend.
The nurse.
His boyfriend, no, he's not fiancé or what are
at
they
all.
calling it?
His boyfriend.
The boy have not even promised her that he wants to marry her. See, Kelly, if I'm that girl, I will quit. I will go out from that boyfriend and girlfriend thing. To start with, what did even give am right? When I go to my boyfriend's house, I will start washing plates, start washing clothes for her. For what now?
You do deep cleaning.
You
raise the chair, sweep under the chair.
I cannot even advise this my last daughter, 19 years old, to do it. He will not do it.
Oh
Is he going to marry him? Marry her? So that girl should leave that place. That boy is not ready. Maybe not. That boy even have somebody that is serious with. He should leave that place, please. I'm begging her.
All right.
And for my fellow woman, for how many years, Kelly? Maybe it is always 7 years or 6 years.
It's not even up to this is 2026, so maybe 4 years.
The man left her, and she have a 6 years old boy. See, Kelly, I'm telling you, I'm still saying it. Any woman who know that you are not ready to marry and you are not ready to endure, don't go and marry. Kelly, waiting make that woman when they say no go fit wait for your husband. That woman is not a Christian. If she is a Christian woman, you will not go and do that thing he's doing. Kelly, I'm telling you the truth. That woman will not go and do that thing he's doing. Because I remember when I was young, when my husband married me, when he left Port Harcourt and he went to Lagos, he don't even visit us because of his work. My husband stayed there almost 4 to 5 years. I didn't mess up. So that woman, that's in there in blood. It's in that woman's blood. Okay. And what I'm telling her, what advice I'm giving her, if he went and tell the husband that see what happened, the husband will not receive her again. So what I'm telling that woman, and the other woman that gave her that pregnant will not marry her. What I'm telling that woman now is that let her go and terminate that pregnancy. If you know that you want to stay, and go and beg God for forgiveness. That's my own no. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. You know, there's a part to our story that rings out quite loud. You know, association is important. I think we didn't pay attention to it. She said when she meets her friends, when they talk about their relationships and intimacy in their relationships, she feels isolated. That's where those things would, they'll come in from. So you meet them the first time, you try to shake it off, you have regular of those meetings. Some of the things that they will say will register in your head. Just register in your head. That's why it's always said that your association is very important. The people you choose to association, the company to associate with, the company you decide to keep is very important, because the things you people discuss around there to a large extent can affect your mental frame. I think that may have also contributed to, her getting into that point. In fact, one of the friends would have even suggested it to her. That kind, I don't like him. Let me not come out. That kind of thing. It's very possible. Very, very possible. All right, we have to read some messages here. On Facebook, Joshua Lucas. The nurse should run for her life. Her mental health is seriously at stake. As for the married woman, she knows what to do to protect her marriage. She knows what to do. Okay, you feel she does? All right, that's for Facebook. I know the posts, they're actually long. All right, so some of you may not have the patience to want to read a long post. But yeah. Good morning, Kelly. Madam Christie, the housemaid girlfriend should please walk away from that bum of a guy because he doesn't love her, period. The first story is pathetic because she thought so much about her loneliness, moving her eyes from the prize. She should have gone to God in prayers and the urge would have died down. I don't know what more to say here because life is involved and she should have asked for advice before this mess. Thank you. All right, thank you, Madam Christie, for reaching out. Let me read some of the other messages at this time. Okay. All right. This one. Good morning, Kelly. The First Lady should abort the early pregnancy to avoid further issues. If she ventures to keep it with the intention to tell the husband, I bet that it will be the end of the marriage. If the nurse lady, for the nurse lady, she should flee from an abusive relationship and should not come cheap. She can never change the man. Emma Edoze from Port Harcourt sent that one. Thank you. Morning again, Kelly. The second story, the nurse should be able to read the handwriting on the wall, red flags everywhere, and run for her dear life. As for the woman that got pregnant, she'll find a way to deal with it herself. I have nothing to advise her on. Okay. Darlington, would you send that? Did I say Chidebere? Who would you Chidebere from Oyibo send that message? Thank you, sir. Morning, Kelly. For the first story, the lady should have conscience and confess her adultery to her husband, because if she conceals it now, eventually he will find out and it will be disastrous for her. For the second story, the guy is a disgrace and is not representing guys well. She has seen the huge red flags. It's up to her if she wants to endure this for the rest of her life in the event of settling down with the award-winning lazy guy. The ball is in her court. Don Dafe sent that message. Thank you, Don. Okay, sports crew. They will come in later on, don't worry, very soon. Thank God Ability Attribute sent this message. Second story, you see that man that always complained of his girlfriend's mistake, a jealous lover. That man get another girlfriend outside. If the girl eventually marries that man, the marriage no go last. You see, that man, now don't dirty me, man. Such kind of men, you hardly see sand in their house. They like complaining. Thank God Ability to attribute. Okay. All right. Good morning again, Kelly. For the second story, nurse, please remain there. I'll be doing your slave work for that ungrateful slave master. As a normal human being, there are some things you don't need anyone to tell you or advise you on. So stay there until you learn how to use your common sense. Common sense is not common, or you don't know. Efe, think I'm now. First story, the woman has two options: abort the pregnancy, save the situation, or keep it and face the shame and possible eviction from her sweet marriage. If not me, the pregnancy has to go. If I'm the husband, I can never blame her because it's my fault. I failed in my role. I wish she understands, though. If a wisdom from Rukboko, that's your contribution. Thank you. Laifa Williams, NTA Road. First story, that lady really annoyed me. Why didn't she keep her trap closed till her husband got back? If she wanted something, as she said, it wasn't about emotions or love. Was there no protections to take? She really disappointed me, I beg. Make she get sense and do the needful. No put that pikin in her husband. No put that pikin in her husband. Oh, na tainted blood, not her husband's child. Tell that girl, the second story, to go look for another man for marriage. That man is only using her as a maid. At the same time, sleeping with her for free. Now, so she emu rich. She better get out of that relation, that contraption. Now, slave she be. Oh. Good morning, Laifa. Thank you so much for your contribution. The woman in the first story is flesh and blood, and that makes the situation a dicey one, even though cheating in marriage is not encourageable. But we should see ourselves in our shoes. Well. All right, the girl self that is doing all of these house chores. He has not even paid for your head, and you are doing all this. My dear, I pity you. Because he's not going to marry you. Don't be surprised that he has another girl that comes and enjoys him without doing anything. Exactly like you clean and go. That will come enjoy it and scatter and you come and clean it again. Hey, my dear, house chores for a boyfriend is a choice, not by force. Oh, God. Hi. I don't love him. Since 2022, the man has not come back. Why come back this die minute? Something is fishy. Somewhere. I sense the hand of a monkey in a soup Anita sent this message. Thank you so much, Anita, for your contribution. All right. Let's read another message, and then we'll get set to get out of here. For the nurse, it is written in between the lines of a joker and seriousness, carry your things and run to find a serious man. That lawyer will not marry you. Then the woman that her husband is abroad, this is the result of sleeping around with men, because bad friends, women, prepare. Sleeping with men because of bad friends and women. Prepare for your exit. Okay, from Port Harcourt, he sent that message. All right. Traditional SMS, I see a few, so let's read them. Auntie Nurse, you will watch plate till you become plate AI. Because I feel marriage is far from you. As for Mrs. Lawyer, this time the truth may not set you free. Leo from NTA. Thank God Ability Atuba read the message already. The lady that cheated on her husband has no reason to do what she did, because I believe that both of them might have talked about the travel before the man went for the journey, and she did what she did, it being very wrong. If I may ask, how many years did her husband stay that she can't hold herself? Eric, you sent that message. Thank you. Friday Olu from Uniport. It's unfortunate that the lady got entangled in such vicious cycle of illicit sex, resulting in illicit pregnancy. The smartest thing to do is terminate the illicit stuff before the homecoming of her legal husband. Conceiving the idea of keeping the pregnancy is foolhardy, silly thing to do, except she wants in for polyandry, marrying two husbands. As for the second lady, nothing can be more of a red flag than this uptight, unappreciative, egotistic, and domineering man she's dating. Run, 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 as far as your legs can go. Well, I say a word is enough for the wise, so we've had plenty cancelled today. On the flip side, will be time for us to look at what the papers have for us this morning. All right, our Sunday special, the Gospiration Show on Today 95.1. I'm a little hungry, so I'm going to go look for something to eat, because the paper, they usually take more energy. Stay with us.
Today95.1fm. Yes, I was in my constituency on January 2nd, 2026, when I was named as chair of a 7-man committee of the Minority Caucus to look into these allegations. And we got to work. Even though your opening remarks, you said the National Assembly members remain on holidays. Even sitting here is work for me, talking about issues surrounding the National Assembly. But to answer your question directly, the committee did indeed discover that there are different versions of the Tax Act. And who has done that? We do not know. You know that by parliamentary practice, you are given either 7 days or 14 weeks to turn in a report. And that's why we have labeled this an interim report and asking the minority leadership to give us the leeway to dig deeper and find out who must have done what. In the midst of these investigations, we also discovered that there were efforts to try to get back to what the National Assembly originally passed. And the challenge now would be to find out who even went to the extent of changing certain aspects. Trust you to note that before we even raised the alarm, some of our members did go to the Federal Ministry of Information and purchased a copy of the gazetted law, especially the Nigerian Tax Administration law. But by the time this issue was raised on the floor of the House, I think December 16 or thereabouts, we went back the next day to Federal Ministry of Information and they weren't selling. So when you say the one in circulation, I doubt if there's anyone even in circulation, because if it's in circulation, it should be available to the ordinary Nigerian. And then they went ahead, even in their portal, the fiscal reform portal, that they had uploaded the gazetted copy, the one that was doctored, they had to pull it down. So some of these shenanigans easily points to one fact. Even Mr. President did agree in his statement on December 30 that there were issues with the tax laws. I'll just read you one paragraph. The presidency pledges to work with the National Assembly to ensure the swift resolution of any issue identified. That clearly tells you that there are issues, even though he thinks that those issues are not enough to disrupt the commencement of the implementation of the tax laws on January 1, 2026. They don't need a denial. What we need is an open and transparent investigation process. In fact, in our recommendations, one of the recommendations is that the Minority Caucus should, by way of motion, seek a mandate, set up a committee to review all previously passed and assented laws since this 10th Assembly. And I can wager a bet that you will find one or two that fall into this category. Additionally, some members are canvassing for a public hearing on this matter to be televised live so that the key dramatics personnel can come out and tell Nigerians.
Okay. Rep member Ogene confirming that indeed there were alterations in the tax laws between what was passed by the National Assembly and what was assented to by President Tinubu. So you listen to him there. That's the only thing we have for you to listen. On the newspaper review segment, I'll take you through some of the stories. Not a lot of stories, but some of them are quite lengthy. So we'll do our best, the ones we're unable to take for the sake of time, so we can take some contributions from you. We'll just move them, God willing, to tomorrow. So let's see what we can do. All right. Welcome again. Kelly is my name. Daily Post is our first stop. Kwankwaso declares January 23 Betrayal Day over Governor Yusuf's defection. He has not defected, but that day he officially resigned his membership of the New Nigeria People's Party. Kwankwaso made the declaration following Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf's decision to dump the NNPP. Daily Post reports that the governor officially resigned from the NNPP on Friday ahead of his imminent defection to the All Progressives Congress APC. Addressing his teaming supporters in Kano, Kwankwaso said the day should be recorded in history as a day of betrayal to ensure global awareness. Added, today, as the leader of this movement, I declare the 23rd of January as Betrayal Day. We believe that day should be permanently recorded in history in ensuring global awareness of betrayal and the breaking of trust. Kwankwaso had begged the governor to remain in the opposition party, stating that the hard-fought mandate shouldn't be handed over to his political rivals. It's in Pain Kwankwaso Sha. Pain up. 2027, you will not escape judgment. NNPP paints gloomy picture for Governor Yusuf's political future. The New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, has stated that Governor Abba Yusuf of Kano State will face consequences for betraying the party. The governor quit the NNPP on Friday, claiming it was in a bad situation that could not be fixed. He left the party together with some members of the House of Representatives and State House of Assembly. It happened just a few days after Kano State chapter of the NNPP had asked him to officially resign his membership before joining the All Progressives Congress APC. Yusuf made the decision after he had a private meeting with President Bola Tinubu. In a statement signed by its National Publicity Secretary Ladipo Johnson, he criticized the governor for claiming that there was an irredeemable crisis within the NNPP. The statement calls his claim baseless and said it was an afterthought since the party recently held congresses to elect its leadership, starting from the ward level up to the national convention, which took place on December 20, 2025, with the governor present at these events and the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC supervised as well. Additionally, the party reminded the governor that the party participated in and won 2 supplementary elections in August of 2025 in Kano State. We are very sad and really upset to learn that His Excellency Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf has resigned and left the New Nigeria People's Party. We are very disappointed that Governor Abba, a man who was trusted with the people or by the people of Kano State because of his many years of loyal and committed service to the Kwankwansia movement, has now decided to break that trust. By doing this, he could bring back the same groups that have been against the state's progress and the hopes of its people for a long time. This isn't the first time a betrayal like this has happened in Kano's political history. In the early 1980s, Alhaji Abubakar Rimi left the People's Redemption Party PRP and joined the Nigeria People's Party NPP. He took with him most of the elected officials, including almost all local government chairmen and council members, 120 out of 126 members from the Kano State House of Assembly, and most of the Kano representatives in the National Assembly. The situation is really upsetting, and you don't need to go. Well, the summary is, okay, all those that moved with Remy in switching parties, only one was re-elected. This should serve as a clear warning to any politician thinking about breaking away from the original party. This situation is really upsetting and hard for everyone who believed in the Kwankwansia plan. We asked the 1,019,602 persons who voted for his win, along with the people of Kano State and Nigeria, to stay calm, be patient, and keep their emotions in check. Let's not get angry or start arguing with each other. History has always shown that people who swap loyalty for convenience and honesty for trickery seldom avoid being judged by the public. Nelfund. Tinubu's government denies asking students to repay loans. This has been trending since late on Friday. And when I read through it, I'm like, this is so unnecessary. But then, social media is social media. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration has dismissed claims that it's demanding Nigerian students to repay loans. It comes amid reports that Tinubu had asked Nigerian students to repay the debt to the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund. Reacting to the development, a presidential media aide, Olusegun Dada, urged Nigerians to disregard the rumors. In a post on his X handle, he puts it this way: as reported from inception, repayment of the student loan will not commence until a moratorium period of 2 years after NYSC completion has been reached by the applicants. As it stands, the scheme will clock 2 years in March of 2026 from the day when the first applications were made, and not a single one of the applicants would have reached the payment stage. Kindly discard any other information contrary to this. There's even a statement from Nelfund. Let's see if we're able to conclude on time. I'll read that statement from Nelfund. 10 reasons Tinubu won't lose 2027 election. Joe Ibokwe replies El-Rufai. A chieftain of the All Progressives Congress APC, Joe Ibokwe, has countered former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, who claimed that the ruling party may fail in 2027. El-Rufai, while speaking at the 23rd Daily Trust Dialogue on Thursday, claimed that the party's reign may end after the 2027 general election. Well, Ibokwe, in a post on Facebook, pointed out 10 reasons President Tinubu will be re-elected in 2027. First one, let me tell my good friend, His Excellency El-Rufai, that this is not possible given the permutations on ground. Why? Tinubu is fixing Nigeria the way never seen before. 2, Tinubu has a deep background, knowledge of how to fix Nigeria. 3, Tinubu has touched lives across Nigeria more than any Nigerian living or dead. 4, Tinubu has been the most educated, most cerebral, the being counter of all those that have ruled in the past 30 years. Tinubu prepared for his job for more than 20 years. Tinubu has built monumental bridges across Nigeria. Tinubu has set up all the new agencies and departments you see in Lagos today, and other states began to copy them. Tinubu has been a financial guru from time immemorial. Tinubu has been an unprecedented giver. He shows mercy to people. Tinubu has built leaders more than anybody in this country, living or dead. This is what separates Tinubu from others. Okay, those are the 10 reasons. Why we withdrew suit against police before Justice Abdul Malik, PDP. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has explained the reasons behind its decision to withdraw a suit it instituted against the Nigeria Police Force at the Federal High Court, Abuja. The explanation was contained in a press statement issued on Friday, signed by the PDP National Publicity Secretary, Comrade Ine Emelbong. The party says it filed a notice of discontinuance in suit number FHC Abuja-Dash, which sought an order compelling the police to remove their blockade, vacate the PDP National Secretariat, and hand it over to what the party described as its legitimate elected leadership. Today we filed a notice of discontinuance in suit FHC/ABJ-, which we filed against the Nigeria Police, seeking an order of the court directing the police to remove their blockade, vacate our secretariat, and hand same over to us as the legitimately elected leadership of the party. According to the PDP, the case was assigned by the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court to Justice Joyce Abdul Malik. The party noted that prior to the assignment, it had written to the Chief Judge expressing concerns about what it described as obvious partiality of 3 judges of the court in matters involving the PDP, including Justice Abdul Malik, and stated that it lacked confidence in their ability to dispense justice fairly. The party equally said that despite this complaint, the case was still assigned to Joyce Abdul Malik. Upon appearance in court, the PDP filed a motion requesting the judge to recuse herself and return the case file to the Chief Judge for reassignment. However, the party alleged that the judge declined to immediately hear and rule on the recusal motion. Instead, indicated that all pending applications, including the recusal request, will be taken together with the substantive suit and decided at the point of judgment. Rather than do the needful, which is to take the motion and rule on it, the judge ruled that she will manage the case in a way convenient for her, which is to take all motions, including the motion for recusal, alongside the hearing of the case, and at the point of judgment, give a ruling on the motion for recusal before the judgment. The PDP said the approach further eroded its confidence in the court, arguing that it amounted to a denial of fair hearing, given its express lack of trust in the judge's impartiality in PDP-related matters. Consequently, the party said it exercised its right under under Order 50, Rule 2, Sub 1 of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules 2019 to discontinue the suit. It explained that a notice of discontinuance was filed 3 days after the last defendant's statement of defense was served, while within the 14-day window allowed by the rules. The PDP equally said, after our counsel informed the court of our intention to discontinue, citing the relevant rules, the judge listened to arguments by all the counsel in the matter and ruled dismissing instead of striking out our case. This again exacerbates our party's subsisting fear about the impartiality of the court. The party said this decision further reinforced its fears regarding the court's impartiality. While reiterating its respect for the judiciary, the PDP urged judges to remain strictly neutral and distant from politics. Well, let's move on. The cable, Supreme Court dismisses retrial of Al-Mustafa for Kudirat Abiola's murder after 9-year inaction by Lagos. Supreme Court has dismissed a suit seeking a retrial of Hamza Al-Mustafa, former Chief Security Officer to Sani Abacha, the late military head of state, over the murder of Kudirat Abiola. Kudirat, wife of Moshid Abiola, was killed on June 4, 1996 in Lagos. Al-Mustafa and Latif Shofulahon, an aide of the Kudirat, were accused of being involved in her death. They were subsequently charged to court by the Lagos State government and arraigned on a 2-count charge that bordered on conspiracy to commit murder and the murder of Kudirat. On January 30, 2012, Al-Mustafa and the other were sentenced to death by Mojisola Dada, judge of the Federal High Court in Lagos, for murder. But Al-Mustafa and Cole appealed against the judgment at the Lagos Division of the Court of Appeal, where they were acquitted of the charge on July 12, 2013. On January 12, 2017, a 5-member panel of justice led by Walter Onogan, former Chief Justice of Nigeria, granted the Lagos State government an extended time to file an appeal despite the expiration of the time to do so. The panel ordered the Lagos State government to file notice of appeal within the next 30 days. However, the court session on Thursday, Paul Daudu, counsel to Al Mustafa, told the court that Lagos has not taken any step to implement the order granted in 2017. He said not even a notice of appeal was filed by Lagos State as the appellant to demonstrate its seriousness to prosecute the matter, even after 9 years. He therefore prayed the court to hold that the appellant had abandoned the case and should be dismissed in its entirety. Following an inquiry by a 5-member panel of the Supreme Court led by Uwanya Baji, it was found that a hearing notice was duly served on Lagos State, which was not represented by any lawyer. In a brief ruling, the panel agreed that the state had lost interest in the matter, and the panel held that 9 years was long enough for the appellant to have filed its notice of appeal and the appeal on the matter. They noted that there was no correspondence from the state to explain why it was not represented in court. Consequently, the case marked Supreme Court -- was dismissed. Nigeria treats religious violence as attack on the country, says Ribadu. New Ribadu, National Security Advisor, NSA, says the federal government treats religious violence as an attack on the country. He said protection of Christians, Muslims, and adherents of other faiths is non-negotiable. According to Bayo Nanuga, a presidential spokesperson, Ribadu spoke on Thursday in Abuja at the conclusion of the U.S.-Nigeria Joint Working Group session. Nigeria is a deeply plural society, and the protection of all citizens, Christian, Muslims, and those of other beliefs is non-negotiable. The NSA was quoted as saying, violence framed along religious lines is treated as an attack on the Nigerian state itself. In a separate post on X on Friday, Ribadu said the efforts of the Nigeria-U.S. Working Group have resulted in tangible operational gains in the war against terrorism. The group was established in response to the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, by U.S. President Donald Trump. Well, during the meeting, Ribadu led the Nigerian delegation comprising 10 ministries and agencies, while Alison Hooker, Undersecretary of State, headed the U.S. team of 8 federal agencies. Ribadu said Nigeria-U.S. military security engagements have moved beyond words to action, adding that effective disruption of terrorist networks and transnational criminal elements has been achieved. He went on to commend the U.S. government for the delivery of drones, helicopters, platforms, spare parts, and associated support systems procured over the past 5 years. All right. NISO says grid collapse triggered by multiple transmission lines tripping. Blackout we had on Friday. The Nigerian Independent System Operator, NISO, says Friday's national grid collapse was caused by a system-wide disturbance triggered by the tripping of multiple 330 kV transmission lines and the disconnection of some generating units. NISO data showed load allocation to 11 electricity distribution companies dropped to 0 megawatts at 1 p.m., marking the first grid collapse of 2026. In a statement following the incident, the operator puts it this way: power generation dropped to 0 megawatts at 12:40 p.m., resulting in a total outage across the interconnected network. Preliminary operational reports indicate that the disturbance was associated with the simultaneous stripping of multiple 330 kV transmission lines alongside the disconnection of some grid-connected generating units. Well, following the outage, system restoration activities commenced at about 1:15 p.m. in accordance with established grid restoration and recovery procedures. Well, eventually, power was restored in parts of the state late at night. Some of us had even slept. Okay, so the next story. I don't know when the Tinubu administration will stop this embarrassment. It's becoming terribly embarrassing, I tell you. The presidency on Thursday listed Usman Dakingari, former governor of Kebbi State, as an ambassador designate to Turkey, despite his name not appearing on the list of nominees confirmed by the Senate. The presidency had on Thursday evening announced the posting of 4 ambassador designates, among whom was Dakingari, saying the appointments were made out of the 68 confirmed by the Senate last December. Kayode Are, former Director General of the State Security Services, SSS, was appointed Nigeria's ambassador designate to the United States. Ayodele Oke, former Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, NIA, was posted to France. Amin Dalhatu, former ambassador to South Korea, was also mentioned. However, the presidency withdrew Dakingari's posting barely 24 hours after the announcement. The withdrawal raised questions about how a name not confirmed by the Senate could be presented as part of the list. Under the Constitution, the Senate confirms ambassadorial nominees submitted by the President by name, not by vacancy or post-confirmation substitution. Once confirmation is concluded, the list of approved nominees is deemed final. However, the presidency statement suggests that Dakingari's posting flows from the Senate confirmation exercise. His name did not appear on the list acted upon by the Senate, so they've quietly withdrawn it. Vanguard newspaper, Tax Reform Act's Minority Caucus report overtaken by events. The deputy spokesperson of the House of Representatives, Honorable Philip Agbese, has said that the interim report issued by the Minority Caucus ad hoc committee on alleged alterations in the Tax Reform Act has been overtaken by events following the release of the certified true copies, CTCs, of the laws. According to the committee's preliminary findings, a comparison of the certified true copies released by the House with the earlier gazetted versions confirmed the alterations had indeed been made, particularly to the Nigeria Tax Administration Act 2025. The report revealed that at least 3 different versions of the Nigeria Tax Administration Act were in circulation, while the directive to align the acts with the federal government printing press pointed to procedural anomalies that illegally encroached on the legislative powers of the National Assembly. Agbese, in an interview on Saturday while reacting to the report, argued that the leadership of the National Assembly had already taken decisive steps to address all concerns surrounding the discrepancies in the gazetted tax laws. He said the House, under the leadership of the Speaker, Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, in collaboration with the President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, had ensured the public release of the authentic versions of the 4 tax reform acts as passed by National Assembly and assented to by the President. According to him, the release of the certified true copies effectively resolved the issues raised over alleged alterations, restored public confidence, and reaffirmed the independence and authority of the legislature. The concerns raised regarding discrepancies in the tax laws have already been comprehensively addressed by the House leadership. With the release of the certified true copies of the acts, there is now clarity as to what was passed by the National Assembly and signed into law. Well, Agbese added that the proactive steps taken jointly by the leadership of both chambers of the National Assembly show that the legislature is united in safeguarding its constitutional role and to prevent any erosion of its lawmaking powers. While acknowledging the right of lawmakers to raise concerns in the interest of accountability, the deputy spokesperson maintains that the corrective measures already implemented made further controversy unnecessary. But then, even with this action, Taiwo says they can't find the document, that the document is not available for them to issue implementation guidelines. Abi, they will not talk about that one. Abia 2027 governorship race, not my focus. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu. Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu has said that his current priority is delivering good governance and quality representation, not the 2027 Abia governorship race. He was speaking with journalists at his country home in Bende, Kalu, where he mentioned that any future political ambition will be determined by his constituents and the All Progressives Congress APC at the appropriate time. And then he also talked about the governor he talked about Alex Oti joining the APC. He said, I asked him to join because it would open more doors for Abia and the Southeast. He was never selfish. In fact, I was ready to support him if he had joined. Kalu said, disclosing that he has since stopped persuading the governor after noticing his lack of interest. He described Oti as a personal friend and dismissed claims that he was blocking the governor's entry into the APC, insisting that politics should not be personalized. If he comes today, he takes over and we all support him. That is the culture of our party. Highlighting his achievements, Kalu said no former representative of Bende Federal Constituency has matched his record. There's a video to that effect, but the audio is very, very poor, so I just can't share it. All right? And then the Sun newspaper, Akpabio heads to Supreme Court to challenge appeal court ruling on Akpatuduagan's suspension, weeks after he disclosed that he had withdrawn all defamation cases following a New Year homily that touched him. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has approached the Supreme Court to challenge the Court of Appeal decisions arising from the controversy over the suspension of Senator Natasha Akpotudwagan from legislative duties. Court documents show that Akpabio, acting in his capacity as President of the Senate, filed fresh processes at the Apex Court seeking to regularize and sustain his appeal following adverse rulings at the Court of Appeal. The suit filed at the Supreme Court in Abuja lists Akpabio as the appellant. Akpotudwagan, Clerk of the National Assembly, Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Chairman of the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges, and Public Petitions, Senator Neda Usman, Imaswan, are named as respondents in a fresh application before the Supreme Court. Brought pursuant to the Supreme Court rules, the Supreme Court Act, and relevant provisions of the 1999 Constitution as amended, Akpabio is seeking an extension of time to apply for leave to appeal on grounds of mixed law and fact, and an order deeming his notice of appeal and brief of argument as properly filed and served. He argued that the appeal raises substantial constitutional and procedural issues deserving the attention of the Apex Court, insisting that the Senate acted within its powers under Section 60 of the Constitution, which authorizes the National Assembly to regulate its own procedure. Akpabio equally urged the justice to prioritize substantive justice over technicalities, stating the courts have consistently held that rules of court are handmaids of justice. Thus, procedural rules must yield to constitutional imperatives whenever strict compliance would result in injustice or denial of fair hearing, adding that the refusal of the appeal will not only amount to a breach of his right to a fair hearing, which is constitutionally guaranteed, but also amounts to an imbalance to hearing opportunities, urging the courts to set aside the ruling of the Court of Appeal. Natasha has consistently maintained that her suspension was unlawful, excessive, and carried out in violation of her right to fair hearing, insisting that the Senate failed to comply with its own standing orders before referring her to the Ethics Committee and imposing sanctions. Her media office confirmed that, her legal counsel was formally served with the Supreme Court processes on Wednesday, January 21, 2026, effectively joining issues and paving the way for a full legal context at the Apex Court. The case also includes a related contempt proceeding arising from a social media post made by the senator during the pendency of the suit. The Federal High Court had ruled that the post violated a subsisting restraining order, imposed a fine, and ordered a public apology. A decision Akpotudwagan has also challenged on appeal, arguing that the alleged contempt was criminal in nature and required strict compliance with statutory procedures. Okay. So we'll race through all the stories, yeah? We'll read the Nelfund drama. Maybe we'll read it tomorrow. All right? So let's take some of your reactions this morning. 0810-9510-951. Again, 0810-9510-951. Messages 0701-9339-962. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Morning, Kelly. Special Douglas for the last time. Kelly, I might just want to add to what Joe Ibokwe said, the 10 reasons why Bola Tinubu is formidable. President Bola Tinubu, as we speak, is the only or the most relevant politician who has never left the political party, just like the political AI too. He, instead of leaving his party, merged with another party to build a formidable party like the APC. Unlike every other person who are contesting for presidency, jumping up and down, Bola Tinubu has been consistent, and I think that will give him a leeway to go through for his presidential contest. And I don't know if I have one more opportunity for
quickly.
And then your issue about the what do you call it? Oh God, just flying me now.
Is it now fun?
Don't worry. Let me. Yeah, not the third one. The one before that one. Don't worry. There's no time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Special Douglas from GRA, for calling and contributing. There's no reverse on this story, so everybody just cool down small. Everybody just cool down small. It's good. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Very good day. Good morning.
Welcome, Dede Henry.
Kelly, Benjamin Carlo doesn't need to tell us that I think he has brain to advise himself. You know, nobody in his right frame of mind goes against a moving train, except you want to commit suicide. And that is for only those who have stopped enjoying life, who no longer enjoys life. I know he still enjoys his political career as it is now. So every living being knows that the Abia State Government House is a no-go area for now, in the next 5-6 years. So it's not like he's not interested or he won't be interested or he hasn't been getting pushes to go against this man. But he knows that there's little or nothing he can do about it. So this is just big damage control coming to tell us he's not interested. He can't be interested. He just can't be interested now. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Kevin.
Sorry, Hosford, please go on.
Yes, Flavor recently has become the mouthpiece of the government. I don't know why he's telling this one that there's no vacancy in Aso Rock. I just don't know. You leave the people, you do what you want to. I hope it's not an accusation anyway. Because really, this is why, Tinubu should be there. See, that's 2031. I don't see any. And come to talk about the NEL fund. Yes, the NEL fund. I think that denial. I'm not. It does not sit down well with me because the government is supposed to be trusted. They say one thing and they are doing another thing. This denial, it should be gazetted before this. Now they said it's going to expire. What is it?
They say 2 years. 2 years after graduation is when it's supposed to expire. 2 years after graduation.
Okay, 2 years after graduation. And now look at the country where you don't have no job. How are they gonna pay this?
But at least why this question is a valid one. This concern is a valid one. The NEL fund is just becoming 2 years old. People that have benefited couldn't be required to begin to pay back their loans just now. Some of them are still in school.
All right.
That's what NEL fund is saying. That I read their statement. That's what they are saying. They are saying the said circular is a fake. It didn't come from them.
Okay. All right. And that's what I'm saying. In as much as they have made to put up that denial, I don't trust.
You don't trust them.
I might trust so much.
All right.
In that now.
All
right. Thank you very much.
That's very much in order. You do not trust it here. Good morning. Today 95.1. Good morning again. Call drop after my 2 good mornings. Now, wow. Hello.
Mr. Kelly, good morning.
Welcome, sir.
I think they call you from the Mechanic Road.
It's all right.
No vacancy in Asolo 2020.
You know they. You know they now.
Hello. You know the Damokakali.
I said vacancy no day.
But it's supposed to now. That one they don't sit me at all. That kind of matter no sit. Now this how that in the tell us how our vote no they can't now. They can't make allow our vote to they can't. If our vote they can't, just because they come out they tell us this can't. So make them do well and allow our vote to count this time because now they always tell us come out and vote, come out and vote. Come out and vote after every our vote no they can't. What is this of coming out? Make them do something for this country. For all of us come out. Thank you.
It's all right. Thank you too. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Morning. Kenny. Peter.
Welcome.
From Oyibo.
Welcome, sir.
Yes. Benjamin Carlo. So, Governor Osi has now become your friend today. Okay, no problem. I think when the time comes, we will see where you will stay and vote, where you will alter results in Abia. And they beg you, Abians, they will remove your head. So I will even advise you, don't even go home, because if you go home, they will remove your head. Thank you, Kelly.
I wonder how. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yes, Mr. Kelly, good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. This is Godson calling from Eche.
Okay.
See, Mr. Kelly, my message goes to Senate President Abadu. Please, the same Senate President, the 1st of January, he told us that the news that he had, they preached to him in the church. After hearing the news, I have decided to withdraw all the suits against everyone in the court. Am I right?
Well, something like that,
the
yes.
The same Senate President is telling us that he's heading to Supreme Court to challenge Natasha. Please, my message to him is that, please, if you allow the woman to rest. Can you hear me?
I'm listening to you,
If you
sir.
allow us to rest, what about the message that he had in that fact? Please, these politicians, they should allow us to rest in this country. See, in the side of Abia State Governor, Abia State Governor, nobody in Abia can beat him. Nobody. I was in Abia yesterday. My brother, you need to go and see what that man is doing in Abia State. There is a place that I went in Ariaria. My dear, this man built over 700 and something shops. Standard. So there's no, I don't think that anybody can beat him now. Currently, nobody in Abia State. Thank you. I still remain God's time from Odofo.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. God's time for sending that message. Okay. Melody reported 1,000 foes of Benjamin Kalu can't scratch our beloved Alex Oti. There's no challenge. Alex Oti has the people, the gods, the ancestors, even the metaphysical. Wow. Okay. Oh. It's all right. I knew vividly well when you said you wanted to go and eat before taking newspaper review that it was not going to be easy at all. I quickly rushed down to the kitchen, made a bar swallow too. President Tinubu said payback fund, that's a nail fund, them get lock. I say no borrow that loan, them no yeram. I won't have. Anita, which kind of stress with this now? Which kind of stress with this? So you have eaten now. Did I tell you I ate anything? Kilode, I make you vex. Abba. Well, let me try again. Chineke. I won't have paid. That is what I have gained from Nigerian government because I no go chop them for canopy. Whew. Anita, you did this intentionally. You were eating and typing the message to stress me. You go do a bar. Me, I've not eaten. I only went to drink water. I've left your message. 0810-9510-951. Again, 0810-9510-951. That's the number to call so we can take your contributions before we go. We have about 15 minutes or so, then we're done. Good morning, Today 95.1.
Good morning to you, my stepbrother, Chief K.
The real gift. How far now?
Stepbrother, if I tell you as a far reach, I don't sure say you go want to accompany me, so no need to tell you. So.
I don't sure say far like that, because you know if you go far now, you get squad with you. You don't go try them.
Yeah, very good. Let's try something I keep on come outside.
You don't go try them. So you know far, leave that in.
See, they say if you follow the sound of Vitacola in the mouth, you go to say it's sweet. So don't follow my laughter and the sound of my voice. I cannot deceive you, sir.
You know, say me, I know the things where other people don't know.
Because only those who walk during the night understand the orders of the spirit.
Nah,
so
I don't follow for this proverb. Me, I know the things where others don't know. You know, if you go in, your wife could take rope on your leg. You don't go nowhere. Your grandchildren, they on standby. You go nowhere.
Okay.
Sir?
Well, at this point in time, for this one, I sidestep. Like I come into why I call you this morning.
It's all right.
You said they will pay the nail fund. A nail fund, I've been nail fund.
Nail fund. Nail fund.
Nail.
Yes.
Okay. 2 years after graduation.
Yes.
The
I
youth
think it's
service,
2 years after youth service. They say it's 2 years after youth service.
Okay, 2 years after youth service.
Yes.
So if I don't peradventure, I don't get job 2 years after I leave, I do youth service. I
Well,
don't still pay the money that time.
Well, that's the period you're supposed to pay back the loan. Now it's a loan. So they're going to take EFCC, they pursue you.
Are you not supposed to eke out a living for you to pay the money you borrowed?
Well, that's why they said 2 years after youth service now.
As I speak to you, I know somebody who leave school 5 years ago. He never still get job.
I know.
A hustler like me.
I know.
So, in a situation like that, what happens to that particular person?
As you ask me.
As for...
May I finish now?
Benjamin Kanu. Okay, I'm listening to you, sir.
As you ask me, now who I go ask? You can continue.
This is even if that remix, I don't go buy them. I don't go even download that. Benjamin Kanu say he has done more than everything where every other terminal of what don't do as a rep.
Yes, for in LGA, for Bende.
See, even as I speak to you in River State, I can assure you, the time will come during the election when these House of Assembly members will tell us that they don't perform more than the 9th Assembly.
Different call?
Because if we follow politicians, you go see gutter. It isn't as we put dive inside.
Sorry
Thank
for
you
you.
very much, my stepbrother.
Thank you so much. The real gift. Thank you. Another time I go to Babel. We don't close. We'll play music for now. Time reach 12 o'clock. We'll bring you the news. Then we have closed. I've been here since 6 o'clock. Let us now come and go. Thank you all for being part of the show this morning. Kelly Kemejima is my name. Enjoy a fine day. And let me leave you with this classic jam. Darwin Hobbs, Champion. Hola.
Here we go. Whoa.
Nigeria or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good afternoon to you. It's noon, and this is the world news on a premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. The headlines: Serap drags Minister of Power and NBET before court over alleged failure to account for 128 billion naira. Kano Governor Yusuf warns influencers over attacks on Kwankwaso. On the foreign scene, Trump administration plans repatriation of Iranian migrants despite ongoing unrest. Details in a moment. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project has dragged the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, and the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC before a federal high court in Abuja over the alleged failure to account for 128 billion naira in public funds. This was disclosed in a statement issued on Sunday by Serap's Deputy Director Kolawole Oluwadare. The suit, marked FHC ABJCS, was filed last Friday following allegations contained in the Auditor General of the Federation's report published on September 9, 2025. In the lawsuit, Serap is seeking an order of mandamus compelling Adelabu and NBET to account for what he described as the missing or diverted 128 billion naira from the Ministry of Power and NBET. The organization is also asking the court to direct the defendants to disclose details of how the missing or diverted 128 billion naira was spent, including dates of disbursement and purported beneficiaries or contractors who received the money. Serap further urged the courts to compel the disclosure of the full names, official designations, and offices of all public officers who authorized, approved, or otherwise participated in the release of the missing or diverted 128 billion naira. President Bola Tinubu administration has dismissed claims that it's demanding Nigerian students repay loans. This comes amid reports that President Tinubu had asked Nigerian students to repay their debts to the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund. Reacting to the development, a presidential media aide, Olusegun Dada, urged Nigerians to disregard the rumors. It was reported that the acting managing director of NELFund, Akitunde Sawyer, said the agency disbursed 174 billion naira to over 800,000 beneficiaries from about 263 tertiary institutions. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has announced that registration for the 2025 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination will take place between January 26 and February 28 at all approved computer-based centers nationwide. Speaking in Lagos at a meeting with commissioners for education ahead of the 2025 UTME and direct entry exercises, the JAMB registrar, Professor Ishak Oloide, explained that the sale of UTME application documents would begin earlier than the actual registration period. Professor Oloide further disclosed that the mock examination selection would close on February 16, while the sale of direct entry application documents and e-pin vending would commence on March 2 and end April 25. The registrar added that unlike last year, the UTME results of underage candidates would only be released after the completion of the entire evaluation process. He said this was to ensure proper assessment of candidates seeking age waivers. On monitoring, Oloide stated that all CBT centers participating in the UTME registration exercise will be monitored live from JAMB headquarters. He revealed that 924 centers have been screened and provisionally listed, noting that they would still undergo a final test before being fully accredited to participate in the UTME registration and examination. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has warned social media influencers and political commentators to stop making insulting or inflammatory statements against the national leader of the Kwankwasiya movement, Rabiu Kwankwaso. The governor gave the warning on Saturday during the distribution of motorcycles to social media influencers at the government house in Kano. Governor Yusuf described Kwankwaso as a respected leader whose contributions to the political and economic development of Kano State are significant, noting that he deserves respect. He cautioned that the misuse of social media to spread insults, false information and hateful comments could threaten peace and unity in the state. Governor Yusuf stressed that freedom of expression must be exercised with responsibility, noting that political discussions should focus on issues and meaningful dialogue rather than personal attacks. Meanwhile, the National Working Committee, NWC, of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, has condemned the resignation of Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf from the party, describing his decision as a betrayal of the mandate entrusted to him by the people. In a statement released on Saturday and signed by the NNPP National Publicity Secretary Ladipo Johnson, the party faulted the governor's claim that the NNPP was engulfed in an unresolved internal crisis, insisting that such claims were unfounded and made after the fact. Governor Yusuf formally resigned from the NNPP on Friday and is expected to align with the ruling All Progressives Congress APC. Its spokesperson, Sanusi Bature, disclosed the development in a statement, explaining that the governor conveyed his resignation in a letter addressed to the NNPP chairperson of Diso Chiranchi Ward in Kwale local government area. Reacting, the NNPP said it received the news with deep pain and disappointment, noting that Yusuf rose to power on the strength of the Kwankwasia political movement and the trust of Kano electorate. The party warns that the governor's action could reverse the political and developmental gains recorded in the state, arguing that his defection may return Kano to political forces previously rejected by the electorate. The Forum of Former Lawmakers and the Deputy President of the Senate, Barau Jibrin, among other prominent Nigerians, have backed President Bola Tinubu for a second term. They made the call yesterday at the 2026 National Summit of Former Legislators themed National Unity and Nation Building Beyond 2031, held in Abuja. The Minister of Interior, Olubumitunji Ojo, who was at the event, described President Tinubu as a statesman who took bold and difficult decisions to rescue Nigeria from economic collapse, urging Nigerians to protect the future of the country by ensuring continuity of the current administration beyond 2027. According to the minister, Nigeria's economic realities before the inauguration of the Tinubu administration in 2023 demanded courageous leadership, noting that the country spent an estimated $30 billion on fuel and foreign exchange subsidies in 2022 alone, while over 92% of national revenue went into debt servicing. The summit was organized by the National Forum of Former Legislators, with the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, serving as convener. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After this break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
We thank you for staying with us. Military High Command has reiterated the determination of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, AFN, in collaboration with other security agencies in the country to safely rescue and reintegrate all kidnapped victims in Kumiwali community in Kaduna State with their family members in due course. It appealed for calm and understanding among Nigerians on the situation. A statement issued by the Director of Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, explained that the AFN was duly aware of the apprehensions of displaced residents of the affected community regarding the ongoing operations to secure the release of the victims and assured that the safe rescue of the affected victims remain a paramount undertaking. Explaining that contrary to assertions of a diminished response, the AFN, in close collaboration with other security agencies, have been executing sustained intelligence-driven operations within the vicinity and surrounding forested areas believed to harbor the perpetrators. He appealed for sustained public support, patience, and cooperation as operations advance toward a successful resolution. The statement affirmed that the Armed Forces of Nigeria AFN has duly acknowledged the apprehensions expressed by displaced residents of Kumiwali regarding the ongoing efforts to secure the release of their abducted family members and reassured the affected communities and general public of the safe rescue and reintegration of all kidnapped victims remaining a paramount undertaking. Meanwhile, ongoing military airstrikes and ground operations have targeted terrorist camps in parts of Edu, Ifelodu, and Patigi local government areas of Kwara State. Several kidnappers and terrorists were neutralized during the coordinated offensive. It was gathered that concerns were raised over the activities of moles and informants within some communities that have hampered the effective coordination. The Chief Press Secretary to Kwara State Governor Rafiu Ajakaye confirmed the development in a statement. According to the statement, the military operations hit bandit hideouts in Babashango area of Ifelodu, Bubu axis of Eju, and Lata community in Patigi. Anambra State government has announced plans to commence pro-rata payment of salaries to civil servants from February 2026 as part of measures to end the lingering Monday sit at home. According to a report, the decision was reached at the end of tenure retreat of the State Executive Council SEC held in Awka, Anambra State. During the retreat, members reviewed the activities of Governor Chukwuma Soludo administration over the last 4 years and outlined priorities for the new term beginning March 17, 2026. Commissioner for Information, Law Mayfor, disclosed this while briefing newsmen in Awka. Mayfor said the retreat observed that for the past 4 years, many public and civil servants have consistently stayed away from work on Mondays, noting, however, that the council agreed that those challenges no longer exist, making absenteeism on Mondays unjustifiable. The Bishop of Ikore Diocese of the Anglican Communion, Right Reverend Blessing Einda, has called on Christians to remain committed to the service of God and humanity. Einda made the call at the funeral service of late Nemi Obata Ofo, wife of Grant Ofo, held at St. Martin's Anglican Church, Omagwa District, in the Ikore local government area of Rivers State. He noted that the deceased was compassionate and generous and used various empowerment programs to reach out to the needy, stressing that her physical exit from the planet Earth will be greatly missed. Speaking at the service of songs and Thanksgiving service, Vicar of St. Martin's Anglican Church, Omagwa, Venerable Godday Ele, observed that the demise of Nemi Obata Ofo is regrettable and painful, saying that the occurrence of death is inevitable and cannot be questioned.
That if God had not permitted such death, so the death of our member, the wife of Chief Grant Ofo, we are pained by it, but there is nothing we can do. We resort to the scriptural injunctions that in every situation, Almighty God. The burial proceedings went smoothly. The service was held, on Thursday this week, and it was successful.
Earlier in an interview, Jackson Ofo, younger brother to the chief mourner, Chief Grant Ofo, observed that the demise of Nemi Obata Ofo has created a vacuum in the Ofo family, pointing out that she was a loving and caring mother to all and sundry, and prayed God to grant her soul eternal rest in his bosom.
I said she has a way of bringing everybody together. Even when it's sad, you hardly know she's sad. She has a very mature, friendly, and motherly quality in correcting people. She was also very cooperative in all aspects. So Nimi was really deeply missed by her family. He is someone that believes in together. So for that quality, for humanity is unlimited.
In his remarks, Chief Mourner and philanthropist Chief Grant Ofo, who is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, noted that he has lost a great companion, an irreplaceable partner that would always be missed by him and the children left behind. He also used the opportunity to thank all that came for the burial ceremony. Today FM Magnus Wanwa reports that all shops and other business activities were shut down at Omagwa as a mark of honor, while former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi, Council of Chiefs, clergy, and popular businessman Obi Kubana were among dignitaries that graced the high-profile burial ceremony. On the foreign scene, the Trump administration plans to repatriate Iranian migrants from the United States despite their home country still reeling from massive protests, during which thousands were killed, according to an Iranian-American non-government organization, NGO. The deportation flights will be the first to Iran since the beginning of the mass uprisings in the country, which peaked in early January before being violently repressed. U.S. President Trump has repeatedly threatened to launch military strikes on Iran in response to the crackdown, but has since appeared to walk back those threats after he said Tehran suspended planned executions. The National Iranian-American Council said it had learned of Trump's administration's plan to restart deportation flights to Iran after prior removals in September and December. Abu Fazi, a diplomat representing Tehran's interest in the United States, told Iran's official news agency on Saturday that about 40 Iranians were to be deported. To end the news, a summary of the major stories. Serap drags the Minister of Power and Nebet before court in Abuja over alleged failure to account for 128 billion naira. We told you that Kano State Governor Yusuf has warned influencers over online attacks on Kwankwanso. On the foreign scene, you heard that Trump administration plans repatriation of Iranian migrants despite ongoing unrest. That's the news. It's edited by Priya Sogo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. We'll send your mails to news@todayfmlive.com. Read our stories on our website, www.todayfmlive.com. Follow us on Facebook, watch us live on YouTube at Today951FM, and on Instagram and X at TodayFM951. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, I be boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system as a result of invasion of Staphylococcus bacteria into the body system. Staphylococcal bacteria are of three different important ones. There is Staphylococcus saprophyticus, there is Staphylococcus aureus, and Staphylococcus epidermidis. Staphylococcus epidermidis is seen on body layers that is on the skin, it doesn't cause any challenge if immunity is not compromised. But if immunity is compromised, it can result to skin challenges like boils, blisters, and other problems. Staphylococcus saprophyticus can be found easily in the alimentary canal. But if there is no challenge or immunity being compromised, it can live with the body system without causing any problem. The last one, which do attack the body system of human beings, is Staphylococcus aureus. When Staphylococcus aureus is allowed to thrive, whether as a result of immunity being compromised, definitely it is possible for it to pose a serious challenge to the body system. Many things can lower the immunity, part of which can be infections that have stayed too long in the body system, can also lower body's immunity. Malnutrition can lower body's immunity, and at times stress, starvation, and other things can make immunity to become very lowered to the extent that organisms that are able to live in the body system without causing any challenge will now start posing challenge to the body system. Don't forget that drug abuse also have a lot to play under this condition. And when staphylococcal infections are able to thrive in the body system, there can be burning sensation that will be seen as internal heat. There can be serious night sweat that can start draining the body system, and you discover that you start emaciating, you start losing weight. It is possible, as you have lost volumes of water, to affect the blood volume. As a man, the ability of a man to satisfy his woman will disappear from that. When infections are able to thrive in the body system, nerves can be damaged. And when they are damaged, there can be loss of desire for opposite sex in a man that we call poor libido. Under that condition, definitely inability of a man to satisfy his partner has entered. Not only this, when staphylococcal infections are able to stay in the body system for longer period of time, they tend to open window for other infections to thrive as immunity is lowered. And that is why it is possible for one to have repeated boils. It is possible for one to have pimple-like eruptions. Some can even have boils all over the body from the head to toe as a result of manifestations that they get from lowered immunity. And that's why we do tell us that whenever we experience anything that are similar to this, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. And that's why we're saying that in the face of challenges that have to do with staphylococcal infection, it is very important for one to avoid self-medication. Ensure that you are being monitored and given directives to get out of the challenge early enough. As staphylococcal infections can pose challenges in men, the same challenges can be witnessed in women, part of which can be burning sensation or movement in the body system, and a situation where one will start losing water, leading to loss of weight. In fact, if any infection is able to thrive very well in the body system, the whole immunity can be affected. Hormonal system can also change, leading to serious challenges that can even lead to infertility, whether primary or secondary, in women, as the case may be. If one is faced with anything related to what we have mentioned or other things, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For further inquiries, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country health care system. Liman, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket, full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary, sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition, where don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Don't get it mixed up. You are listening to Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news and sports station in Port Harcourt. We are the voice of the people.
This month, World Book Club is on the road, coming to you from a bookstore in the West End of Toronto. This is Canada's largest city, situated on the traditional territory of many nations, the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Chippewa, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. We're on the shores of one of the Great Lakes, and Toronto is home to some great Canadian writers, including Margaret Atwood, Michael Ondaatje, and today's special guest, Miriam Toews. Miriam's novels include A Complicated Kindness, All My Puny Sorrows, and the book we've chosen today, Women Talking. It's based on a true story about an isolated Mennonite community in Bolivia. Over a period of several years, more than 100 women and girls were drugged and raped repeatedly by men from the strict religious colony. In the novel, a small group of the women meet in secret. They only have 2 days while the men are away, bailing the rapists out of jail. And in that time, with the clock ticking, they have an intense philosophical discussion, which at times is surprisingly funny, about how they should respond to the absolute horrors they've endured. Miriam, welcome, and thank you for making time for World Book Club.
Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
I want to start to ask you about your connection to the story, because you grew up in a Mennonite community in Manitoba, which is to the west of us here in Ontario. But I believe you were living here in Toronto when you first heard about the attacks. Can you take us back to that moment and tell us what went through your mind?
Mm-hmm. I remember clearly I was talking about it with my mom. So it must have been 2008, 2009, and it hadn't been reported in the media yet. But my mom was friends with women from our hometown in Manitoba, Steinbach, Manitoba, who were related to women in the Manitoba colony in Bolivia where the attacks occurred. And so she was talking about it. So she and my sister also knew somebody that was actually in the colony.
Wow. Your sister knew someone who was actually in the colony in Bolivia?
Yep. Yeah.
What did she tell her?
She didn't tell her anything. There wasn't any communication between the two of them, in terms of that. And I think she has since left the community.
Thank you for that. Our first question today is from Alian Fawilia in Jakarta, Indonesia. And she wants to know more about how you turned the story into, as you put it, an act of female imagination. Here she is.
Hello, my name is Alian. I'm from Transit Bookstore in Jakarta, Indonesia. How were you able to differentiate or separate between what happened in real life to these women, your own childhood as a Mennonite girl, and what you read or watch in the news about these rapes?
A number of years passed from hearing about it to writing about it, and I knew that when I thought about how I would approach it, that I didn't want to write about the rapes themselves. I didn't want to, sort of have those reenacted on the page. And so my biggest question was, what are the women going to do? What's going to happen now? And so when I was thinking about the book, I thought, okay, I'll have the women talking about their options, what they're going to do. And so then it quickly then became, okay, where are they going to be? They're going to be in a loft. These are the circumstances, and it came together that way. But so it was sort of an after the fact thing.
Okay, let's have a reading. The novel is mostly made up of the minutes from the secret meeting, and these notes are being written by August Epp, a young teacher who's come back to the Malachna colony after being away in England for several years. So if we have a reading now from the beginning of the novel where August is explaining what's been happening.
When I arrived in the spring of 2008, there were only whispers, fragments of whispers, concerning the mysterious nighttime disturbances. Cornelius, one of my students, wrote a poem called The Wash Line, in which he described the sheets and garments on his mother's wash line as having voices, of speaking with one another, of sending messages to other garments on other wash lines. He read the poem to the class, and all the boys laughed. The houses are so far apart, and there is no electrical light anywhere, inside or out. The houses are small tombs at night. On my way back to my shed that afternoon, I saw the wash lines of Malachna. I saw the women's dresses flapping in the wind, and the men's overalls, and the linens, and the bedding, and the towels. I listened carefully, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. Perhaps, I now think, because they weren't talking to me. They were talking to each other. In the year after I arrived, the women described dreams they'd been having, and then eventually, as the pieces fell into place, they came to understand that they were collectively dreaming one dream, and that it wasn't a dream at all.
Thank you, Miriam. We have a question now from Charlene Carr in Halifax, Nova Scotia, here in Canada, about the narrator, August Epp.
Hi, Miriam. My name is Charlene Carr. I'm from Halifax, Nova Scotia, and have been a fan of yours for years. So I am thrilled at the opportunity to ask about your decision to have women talking told and translated through the lens of a man. I think it was a brilliant choice and added so many interesting levels to the story, but I'm curious whether that was your plan from the start or if you considered different ways to present the novel.
At the beginning, when I was thinking about the book, one of my first thoughts was, okay, it's going to be a revenge novel, and all of these. But then I realized that that actually wasn't something that I could write. And so when I was just thinking about how am I going to write this thing, how's it going to be structured, I thought, okay, my first idea was that it would be the minutes of this meeting of the women in the loft. And for me, it just kind of made sense. I mean, August Epp, the narrator, that was the only choice that made sense to me, because the women I knew in real life and then in my book as well, they wouldn't speak English. They would be speaking Plattdeutsch or Plattdeutsch or Low German, the language of the Mennonites, this unwritten language. And so for me to write that, it would have to be translated. It is a book, too, about translation in language and storytelling and who tells our stories and who interprets our stories. And so the only person that would be in a colony like the Manitoba colony in Bolivia, this very conservative Mennonite community, would be a man who would be able to speak English, who had studied. August Epp has left the colony. He's been kicked out of the colony. He's spent years in England studying and learning English. And so for that reason, it had to be a man. And I also then thought, too, I mean, the women are keeping him safe, essentially, in the book. Ona, one of the women, she knows that he's in danger, that he's suicidal. And she says, come to the loft and stay with us. He hasn't been invited to go with the men to the city to bail out the rapists. He's not really considered a real man in this community, in the context of that community, and he's a teacher. So basically, they give him this task here, and it's almost irrelevant in a sense. And he's there to listen and to learn and to ultimately stay and teach the boys, a better way, a different way. And whatever he writes is a document that they wouldn't even be able to read. And the whole point is that these women and women in general will go on, will do whatever they do and eventually write their own stories.
I think it's interesting because another writer might have taken that story and decided to do it in a linear fashion. They might have said, okay, we're going to start with what happens, and then we're going to have the arrest of the men, and then we're going to have the trial, and we're going to figure out this, as you say, this revenge drama. But this book has been described as being like a Socratic dialogue. And I wonder what it was about women talking to each other that made you want to focus on that.
Mm-hmm. I heard, I can't remember where I heard it, but this idea of women talking and just how terrifying a concept that is to a lot of men. And so, I was struck by that and thought, yeah, isn't that true? And also, I just remember from my childhood growing up in the conservative Mennonite community that I grew up in, where we were so segregated so much of the time. I was with women. I was with my sister, my mother, my aunts, my cousins, and we were apart. And the conversations that we would have, the way that we would talk, the way that the women would talk when we were apart from the men always stuck with me. And I just wanted to create that.
Well, for people listening around the world who may not have read the book, those women talking, there's just a fantastic cast of brilliant characters. There's Ona, the eccentric dreamer that August is in love with, her rage-filled sister, Salome, Marika, whose abusive husband is putting all of the women at risk, and the teenagers, Aucha and Nietzsche. So I know we have a question from the audience now, so if we can get the microphone over to Sue Burkhardt.
Hi, my name's Sue Burkhardt, and I'm from Toronto, actually walking distance from the studio, so I was super excited to be able to walk here after work and participate. My question is really about the characters, and the book describes a fairly fundamentalist society where the women really have to conform. They have to conform in terms of their behavior, what they look like, what the expectations are that they can have of their lives. And they don't know how to read and write, so they're not getting a lot of external influences. And yet they have such distinct personalities and characters. And I'm just wondering how you went about achieving that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, from my memory, growing up with the women that I did, I mean, I think it's easy for us to think of this group of people, Mennonites, as kind of freaks in a sense, religious, almost cultish, and I knew that wasn't the story. I mean, these are human beings like everybody else. We laugh and tell jokes and think and talk and plan and scheme. So for me, every single character, actually, I just thought of somebody that I knew. So for instance, Agatha is a character who is very much like my own mother, and Greta is very much like my friend's mother, and Salome, and I know that the traditional pronunciation of Salome is Salome, but within the Mennonite community that I grew up in, we pronounced it Salome, and I had to only think of myself as Salome with the raging, whatever it is, Ona, my own sister, and like that, August, my father. It's not necessarily easy to keep track of them in the loft or to tell them apart necessarily, and so, yeah, I just kind of took it from the Mennonite women that I know, and one man.
We have a question now that's been called into the BBC's World Book Club from Kate Bowler in Durham, North Carolina in the United States. She's from a Mennonite background herself, and she also has a question about character.
As, of course, you know, there are two Salomes mentioned in the New Testament, one depicting righteousness and the other depicting vengeance. Your Salome is our champion for righteous vengeance, and she's one of my favorite characters. So I wondered if you could reflect on what she embodies.
Yeah, Salome was the closest to my heart, my mind, my spirit. I guess I had only to think of my own reactions, my own thoughts, my own feelings, my own fight, struggles within my own community in terms of the particular patriarchy that we were up against, and my own reaction to that, and I have seen the harm and the damage that it has, that this type of ultra-conservative, fundamentalist, patriarchal violence, essentially, violence to the spirit. It's in all of my writing, I think, and something that I think will always be there. I like to think that I can stop with that struggle and sort of throw in the towel, but it seems not to be the case. That it's just something that I'll be fighting to the end.
I think your readers are grateful that you're not going to throw in the towel. You're listening to the World Book Club here on the BBC World Service. I'm Jennifer Chevalier in Toronto with the Canadian writer Miriam Taves. During the meeting, the women debate their choices. Do nothing, stay and fight, or leave. And we have a question now from Italy about those choices.
Hello, Miriam. My name is Pina Bertoli. I'm a book blogger based in Milan, Italy. I'm really honored to ask you a question about your novel. The women of Molotchna discussed their three options: do nothing, fight, leave. To leave their community would be such a hard choice. Would it even be possible for those people born and raised in a close religious community, people with a strong faith and respect for rules, to live their lives in a different society with many more freedoms?
So could they survive in the world outside the colony?
I agree. It's a difficult situation for them to be in. This is the only world that they know. They're not educated. They don't speak the language, even of the country that they're in that case, Bolivia. But there's so many Mennonites that go back and forth between Canada, between the States, between, the Latin American countries, South American countries like Bolivia, Mexico, and Paraguay and Belize. And it's incredibly, I think, terrifying. There are groups all over the place, organizations helping the people who do leave these colonies to get housing and work and learn the language and get their kids in school and things like that. But it's so difficult, and a decision to leave is not made lightly, and to leave everything that you're familiar with and set off into the great unknown. I know that some of the women that I know and families who have come from these colonies, who have come, for instance, to my hometown, will often leave and go back because it's just really, really difficult. And they're so segregated, even within the other Mennonite communities. There's this hierarchy, and it's really difficult.
Pina's question there was about leaving. She also sent us another question about staying. And I wonder if when you were writing the book, staying and fighting was something you ever toyed with the idea of having them do.
Yeah, well, going back to the earlier, the revenge, but of course, violence only begets more violence, and that was never something that I could really write with any seriousness. So, from what I can tell, and from my own experience, the idea of staying and fighting is almost impossible. It's almost impossible. To stay in a community like that, you really do have to toe the line. I mean, you really do have to obey the rules and listen, to the elders. And for women, I mean, there are rules, for men. I mean, it's virtually impossible, because if you break from that, you will be excommunicated. You will be kicked out of the community anyway. So you can't really stay and fight, and I'm sure that there are individuals who are challenging some of the rules, but not many. I mean, they leave.
And you show what happens to Marika when she tries to stand up to her husband. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to fight. Do we have a question for anybody in the audience? This fellow in the front seat.
Hi, Miriam. Thank you for coming. My name is Riley. I'm also from Toronto, within walking distance, so nice to meet your neighbors. And I'm here with my mother. We're both big fans of you, so we're very nervous sitting in front of you. And we're also big fans of one of your more recent books, Fight Night.
Oh, right.
Thank you. And so we're thinking about this choice between leaving or staying and fighting. But then in Fight Night, which is kind of the story, or I don't need to tell you, is of these women.
No, it's good. It's good to get a refresher.
These women who have left the Mennonite community, and yet they're still fighting. And then, as the grandmother tells Swiv, "You're a small thing, you must learn to fight." You have the choice to leave or to stay and fight, but even when you leave, you continue to fight. So sort of how do you, is it the same fighting? How do you configure fighting in your writing?
Yeah, maybe it's a different kind of fighting. I mean, the community, these types of communities, these types of closed colonies, so in the world but not of the world, and it's a place that I feel just personally that I'm still in it, 1 foot in and 1 foot out, even though I live in downtown Toronto now and have for a long time, and left the community when I was 18. It still is just so it's just this world that I feel that's kind of this combative thing, and yet at the same time a longing to be accepted by it, with the understanding at the same time that I never will be, because of what I do, what I say, and who I am. But the fight continues, and there are so many things that even with my mother, who only left the community in her 60s, but I mean there's still so many things that are so manifest within us in terms of this kind of knee-jerk reaction to any kind of authority, particularly. My mother, for instance, was saying, oh, there's this one church that she just can't possibly attend. She said, it's just there's so many old men. And I mean, old men are not, there's nothing wrong with old men, but in her mind, and I know what she's talking about in terms of the role that old men in our church played, which was they were entitled men who, had divine connection to God, and they set the rules, and we were expected to obey them. And that doesn't go away, So whether we're fighting, whether it's evident or whether we need to be, or whether there will ever be any kind of peace, where we kind of go, okay, I'm good. Like I have left, I'm gone. I'm not in that community anymore. And it's probably the same for all, any of us who leave a community that has such a hold on us, forever.
Thank you. We have time for another audience question. Would anybody like to put up their hand?
Hi, Miriam.
Hi.
My name is Kunzas. I recently moved to Toronto from Delhi, India, and I read the book when I was in India, so it's fascinating to get to see you in person a few months later. My question was, do you make a conscious effort to fictionalize the world and the people in your books? Because I know it's so inspired by real life.
Mm-hmm. It's such a good question, but it's hard, because I think that it's hard to answer because I think when I'm writing it, I don't think I'm really consciously thinking, is it, is this fiction now, or is this fact, or is this true? It just sort of becomes the kind of thing that I write, which is basically, I think, probably the same thing over and over and over again in the same style. I'm not sure, but and so it's hard to make those distinctions in the actual writing. But I think after the actual writing, like in the editing, then I can see where fact becomes fiction, becomes a combination of them. Yeah. Sorry, I can't answer that question better. I wish I could. I think about it a lot.
It's going to sound great in the edit.
Yeah, right. Thank God for edits.
And I haven't written this down, but I feel like we want to acknowledge the death of Canada's great Nobel laureate, Alice Munro, such a huge literary lion in this country. And I just quite simply, were you influenced by her writing?
Absolutely. In fact, her book, Lives of Girls and Women, was the first literary book that I ever laid eyes on, and it was in my sister's shelf. She had, there was 6 years difference between, so, I was only 12 when she left home. And she would be gone during the week in the city, and she was studying English and literature and things like that. And that was one of the books that they had been studying, or it was a book that she had just picked up. I don't know actually now, but it was on her shelf. She had brought it home and she had it on her little yellow bookshelf in her bedroom. And I would sneak into her bedroom when she was away in the city for the week at university, and take all her stuff, burn her incense, put on her clothes, and look at her books. And that was, and as soon as I saw it, Lives of Girls and Women. Okay. And reading about Dell. And Dell, it's a story of Dell becoming a writer, right? It's Alice Munro's story, and it just it was just huge, like a huge. And then my sister told me that she, was a Canadian, and this had never occurred to me that a woman, a Canadian woman. Okay, I thought that men were like British men. Like those were the writers, like maybe American too, and Alexander Solzhenitsyn or something, whatever was on my dad's shelves, but. Yeah, so it was huge. It was just like a huge impact, and on and on. Her output. It's like mega nova, like her brightest star. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Stay with us. World Book Club is back after the news with more from award-winning Canadian author Miriam Toews, answering your questions about women talking.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
I've never called her by your name. I'm lucky you're